Welcome back to Historical Sleep, the storyteller for your sleep partner that digs up the history beneath our feet. If you love stories about small towns with big secrets, don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an episode and can follow Ilara's journey in real time. Drop us a comment below or reply to this episode on our story and let us know where you are right now. Seeing our audience map grow is one of the best parts of making this show. Your input keeps these stories alive. Chapter 1. The Echoes of the Old World. Elias Vance's life was measured in megabytes and deadlines. At 35, he was a senior investment strategist in downtown Chicago, a man whose existence was a perfectly calibrated machine of early morning gym sessions, 12-hour workdays powered by cold brew coffee, and Sunday evenings spent staring into the blue glow of a laptop screen, prepping for the week ahead. He was successful by every metric the modern world valued, yet success felt less like triumph and more like the constant, low-frequency hum of a server room, always on, always demanding power. His apartment on the 48th floor was minimalist, all glass and chrome, designed to deflect emotional clutter. He had achieved the ultimate American goal: mobility. He could move his life in 3 boxes and a digital cloud. He believed in the future, in efficiency, and in shedding the useless weight of the past. The past, however, called him on a Tuesday afternoon. It was his firm's paralegal, a dry, efficient woman named Ms. Chin. "Mr. Vance, we've finalized the probate for your great-aunt Isolde O'Connell. She passed away 3 months ago." Elias blinked. Isolde O'Connell. He barely remembered her, a formidable, soft-spoken woman who smelled faintly of lavender and moss, and who lived in a place no one in the family ever visited, a remote coastal town in Maine. "I assume she had modest holdings," Elias said, already calculating the time needed to liquidate any assets. "The assets are unusual, Mr. Vance. There is a nominal savings account and the title to a piece of property in a town called Port Sentinel. She stipulated in her will that the deed and 2 specific personal items be delivered to you directly. She asked that you, quote, listen for the tide." Elias frowned. "Listen for the tide? I don't follow." "Neither do I, sir. The items are being shipped via secure courier. You should receive them by Friday. Congratulations on your inheritance." Elias hung up, already mentally allocating the time for this unexpected annoyance. Port Sentinel, Maine. He pictured lobster traps and damp wool, a place where time moved too slowly to ever generate meaningful returns. The courier box arrived exactly on schedule. Inside, nestled on shredded paper, were the 2 stipulated items. The first was a heavy brass key, tarnished dark green in the grooves, intricately carved with a Celtic knot design Elias instinctively recognized as old, but couldn't place. It felt cool and heavy, a tactile piece of history in his sterile apartment. The second was a worn, leather-bound notebook. Its cover was blank, but inside, the pages were filled with elegant, sloping cursive and intricate pen and ink sketches. They weren't landscapes or portraits. They were technical drawings of complex joinery, sailing riggings, and most curiously, abstract patterns woven around astronomical charts. The script was an archaic English peppered with Irish phrases Elias couldn't decipher. The map Miss Chen mentioned wasn't a separate document. It was the final faded drawing taped inside the back cover. It showed a rough sketch of a coastline, a lighthouse, and a single marked X near a cluster of jagged rocks. That night, Elias couldn't focus on the Q3 reports. He found himself looking up Port Sentinel, Maine. It wasn't picturesque. It was small, stubborn, and clinging to the edge of the Atlantic, famous only for the harshness of its fishing season a century ago. It was, quite literally, the end of the line. An unexpected, almost primal urge took hold of him. He needed a break. He needed to dispose of this inherited burden quickly. By the next morning, Elias had booked a flight to Portland and rented a rugged 4x4. He told his assistant he was taking a mandatory remote work sabbatical. The drive north was a descent into an older America. The 6-lane highways narrowed to scenic routes, the steel of the cities gave way to granite outcroppings and dense stands of pine, and the ubiquitous sound of traffic was replaced by the sighing, ceaseless presence of the ocean. Port Sentinel was exactly as Elias had imagined, a huddle of salt-stained clapboard buildings draped in low-hanging fog. The air tasted of brine and wood smoke. No chains, no big-box stores, just an independent coffee shop, a general store that smelled of kerosene, and the skeletal remains of old docks, guarded by peeling paint and seagulls. The house, according to the deed, was on the outskirts, tucked away on a road named O'Connell's Lane. When Elias reached it, he understood why his aunt had been a recluse. It wasn't a house. It was a weather-beaten cottage, listing slightly to the north, its cedar shingles blackened by decades of sea spray and neglect. Ivy choked the porch, and a widow's walk, a small railed balcony overlooking the sea, looked perpetually exposed to the elements. This was the inheritance. It felt less like a gift and more like a decaying, monumental demand. The brass key, surprisingly, fit the front door lock perfectly. The mechanism groaned in protest, but the heavy oak door swung inward, revealing a darkness scented with mildew, old parchment, and the lingering presence of a life lived slowly. Elias stepped inside. The cottage was a museum of the past. The furniture was heavy, dark oak, the walls were lined with yellowing books, and the few windows were framed by thick, lace curtains that filtered the Atlantic light into a sepia tone. There was no television, no computer, and the landline phone looked like an antique prop. Elias had lived not just without technology, but actively against it. Elias spent the rest of the day clearing debris, fighting spider webs, and trying to locate the source of the persistent, high-pitched scratching noise he kept hearing. He finally identified the author of the notebook, Ronan O'Connell, his great-grandfather, a shipwright and artisan who had emigrated from County Clare, Ireland, around 1910. The notebook wasn't a diary of events, but a meditation on the nature of craft and legacy. They call this the New World, and they prize speed and size. A schooner built in weeks, not months. But where is the soul in such haste? I brought the old world in my hands, in the grain of the wood, the curve of the plank. I refuse to let the rhythm of the machine replace the rhythm of the heart. Ronan's journal detailed his early years in Port Sentinel, trying to start a traditional shipbuilding business in an age that was rapidly turning to steel and engines. He found work, but only by compromising his standards, building utility boats instead of the glorious, complex vessels of his homeland. Elias, the man who built financial models based on speed and scale, felt a strange, uncomfortable kinship with this frustrated ancestor. He carried the notebook upstairs to the widow's walk. The sky was darkening, and the wind whipped off the sea, carrying the powerful, rhythmic sound of the surf, the tide. The window up here was small and thick-paned. He stood on the balcony looking out over the churning gray water and the jagged shoreline below. He noticed that the wooden railing of the walk was subtly different from the rest of the house. It was hand-carved, not milled, and the wood felt dense and ancient.
Suddenly, the scratching noise returned, louder this time, right at his feet. Elias knelt. The floorboards of the widow's walk were original, wide planks joined together seamlessly. Yet, one small square section, about 3 feet by 3 feet, was distinctly newer, stained a slightly darker color, and affixed with 4 nearly invisible brass screws. He raced downstairs and found a rusted screwdriver and a toolbox. With immense effort and a cloud of dust, he managed to loosen the screws. He pried the section open. Below the modern floor, there was a recessed cavity, lined with canvas and pitch. The high-pitched noise was the sound of something vibrating in the wind. Elias reached in and pulled out a large, flat wooden object wrapped tightly in oiled canvas. The object was a carving, Rumman's last, unfinished masterpiece. It wasn't a practical nautical chart, but a complex, low-relief carving of a section of the northern sky, rendered in rich, dark walnut. It was about 4 feet across and 3 feet high. The wood was impossibly smooth, polished by time and Isolde's hidden care. The carving depicted a star map, meticulously engraved with constellations Elias recognized from the notebook: Ursa Major, Cassiopeia, and the faint, dusty sweep of the Milky Way. But this was no standard celestial map. Every line and curve of the constellations was interwoven with delicate abstract patterns: the curling crests of waves, the loops of a rope knot, the intricate geometry of a Celtic cross. It was an impossible map, a marriage of the sky above and the sea below, and the geometry of Ronan's soul. Elias found a note tucked into a small dovetail joint on the back. It was written in Isolde's hand. He worked on this in secret, a madness or a sanctuary, I couldn't tell. When he finished carving, he set it aside. It was not meant to be seen. It was meant to be felt. He called it the echo. The reason it was unfinished, Elias realized, was the blank space in the center, a space shaped like a small, flat circle, right where the North Star should have been. The star was missing. He looked at the brass key in his hand, the Celtic knot. He looked at the circle in the wood. The key was not for a lock on a door, it was for the carving. He pushed the intricately carved brass key into the empty circular space. It slid in with a faint thunk, perfectly flush. It wasn't a key, it was the final missing piece of the pattern, the lodestone, the North Star. As the key settled, a section of Ronan's notebook, which he had left open on the table, caught his eye. The old way is not just in the wood or the design. It is in the song, the rhythm of the adze, the hum of the plane. They have taken the craft from my hands, but they cannot take the music from my memory. Ronan had been a maker of things infused with meaning. The missing star wasn't just a physical artifact, it represented the completion of his personal legacy, his connection to the stars he sailed under. But Elias still hadn't figured out the scratchy noise. He ran his hand over the carving, tracing the constellation lines. When his finger passed over the line of Cassiopeia, a thin, almost imperceptible wire stretched taut along the back of the carving. He followed the wire to the side edge of the frame. There, hidden beneath a small sliding panel of wood, was a miniature, simple music box mechanism. It was ancient, dusty, and looked broken. He opened the panel. The wire, attached to a tiny crank, was the source of the noise. It had been vibrating in the strong sea breeze. He wound the crank carefully. It caught. As the music box began to play, Elias froze. It wasn't a classical tune or an Irish reel, it was a faint, high-pitched, melancholy melody played on delicate metal prongs. The sound was thin and wavering, yet utterly clear. It was the song his Aunt Isolde used to hum, the one he barely remembered from 20 years ago, the scent of lavender and moss, the feeling of quiet, uncompromising presence. This was the echo, not a treasure, but a frequency. The sound of a man's memory played on a star map he carved in defiance of the industrial age. The echo was the sound of Ronan O'Connell's heart. Elias sat in the dust of the Widow's Walk holding the centuries-old key and listening to the soft, reedy music. His phone buzzed relentlessly downstairs, notifications of missed calls and urgent emails piling up, the demands of the world that prized speed over soul. He felt a profound shift. All of his life he had been pursuing acquisition, of wealth, of status, of speed. The echo demanded only stillness. It didn't care about his net worth. It only cared about the rhythm of the heart, the integrity of the craft. He thought of Ronan's words, "I refuse to let the rhythm of the machine replace the rhythm of the heart." Elias, the spreadsheet warrior, was suddenly overwhelmed by the simplicity of his lineage. His great-grandfather was an artist who measured success by the perfection of a dovetail joint and the enduring beauty of the night sky. His great-aunt Isolde was the quiet guardian of that legacy, living a life of intention, waiting for someone to find the music. He closed the music box panel, letting the quiet of the sea return. He re-screwed the floorboards, leaving the map beneath them, hidden but known. He went downstairs. The phone was still buzzing. Elias picked it up, not to check the messages, but to walk it over to the kitchen counter. He pulled open the deep drawer beneath the counter, the one Isolde had used for linens. He placed the phone gently inside, covered it with a heavy, folded damask tablecloth, and pushed the drawer shut. The digital noise ceased. Silence returned, broken only by the crackling of the old wood stove in the corner and the powerful, steady whoosh and withdrawal of the Atlantic tide outside. Elias didn't call his office. He didn't check his emails. He found a bucket, a mop, and a thick wire brush. He spent the evening scrubbing the mildew from the stone hearth, wiping down the dust that coated the centuries of books, and opening the small, stubborn windows to let the sea air purge the stillness. As the sun set, painting the sky in fiery orange and deep violet, Elias stood on the porch inhaling the salty air. He knew, instinctively, that he would not sell the cottage. He would not liquidate the assets. He would stay, not to escape Chicago, but to learn the slower, more difficult language of this place. He had an unfinished map to protect and a silent song to play. He had come seeking to dispose of a relic, but instead he had inherited a root, a deep, resonant connection to the old world of intentionality and enduring craft that had been muffled by the noise of his modern American life. He was ready, finally, to listen for the tide. The echo had found its way home.
Chapter 2. A Promised Land, A Difficult Dawn. The air in Houston, Texas, in the early 1990s hung thick and wet, a humid blanket unlike the clean, salty breeze of their homeland. For Nam Gwen, the heat was physical, but the weight was purely psychological. It pressed down on him with the force of 1,000 unmet expectations. He was an engineer, or had been, back when Saigon was still Saigon, and the future had been written in the smooth geometry of steel bridges. Here, he was just a name on a time card. He stood on the oily tarmac of a truck yard, supervising the loading of pallets for a freight distributor. The job was honest, the pay was minimal, and the dignity Nam once wore like a second skin was fraying at the edges. "Nem, get that manifest checked now," shouted Jorge, his supervisor, a man 20 years his junior, whose authority came from speaking English with native fluency and knowing how to run a forklift. Nam nodded curtly. "Yes, sir." He swallowed the sir, a bitter pill that used to be reserved for elders and decorated officials. He had promised his wife, Lynn, and his daughter, Mai, that America would be different, that the sacrifice, the cramped apartment in Little Saigon, the relentless factory work Lynn had taken on, the isolation, would eventually yield the golden fruit advertised on every green card application and refugee pamphlet. But 3 years in, the ground was still hard. Lynn's hands were the true measure of their American journey. In Vietnam, they had managed a small fabric shop. Her fingers were deft, capable of finding the perfect tension in a silk weave. Here, they were perpetually stained with dye and glue, calloused for repetitive motion at the plastics assembly plant where she worked the graveyard shift. Lynn was the anchor. Nam was the sail, beautiful, sometimes soaring, but directionless without her practicality. She returned from her shift at 7 a.m., just as the Texas sun began to bake the dew off the cracked asphalt. Mai, now 13, was already dressed in her crisp middle school uniform, bent over the kitchen table studying. "You look tired, Ma. You look tired, Ma," Mai murmured, not looking up from her algebra textbook. "Tired is the friend of the successful," Lynn replied, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She placed a small, warm packet on the table, a sticky rice dumpling she'd bought from the corner bakery, a tiny, costly extravagance. "Eat. You need fuel for the mind." Lynn cherished Mai's devotion to school. Mai was the ultimate translator, of language, of culture, of hope. She was the reason they had endured the chaotic, dangerous journey, the reason Lynn tolerated the chemical smell of the plant. Mai was the American they were building. "Your father?" Lynn asked, her voice dropping. "He is in the bedroom. He did not eat dinner last night. He was sketching." Lynn sighed. Nam's engineering sketches had become a private obsession. He was designing an idealized water filtration system, something vast, complex, and utterly useless in their current situation. It was his way of clinging to the man he used to be. She went to the small bedroom. Nam was asleep, the thin blanket pulled up to his chin, despite the heat. On the nightstand, beside a chipped teacup, was his open notebook. She looked at the precise, confident lines of the blueprints. These drawings were genius, but they paid no bills. Lynn saw 2 futures for Nam, one where he accepted the pragmatic reality of manual work to fund Mai's education, and one where he chased the ghost of his former career until they all starved. She gently closed the notebook. "The bridges can wait, Chung. We need rice." Mai, meanwhile, lived between 2 worlds. At school, she was Maya, a student dedicated to blending in. She practiced the casual American slang, devoured library books about the Founding Fathers, and desperately wanted to be seen as indistinguishable from her peers. She excelled in all subjects, but in English class, she found a particular sanctuary. Language, she realized, was the key to the promised land. Her English teacher, Miss Ramirez, a warm woman who taught with a fierce, protective energy, saw the pressure Mai was under. One afternoon, Miss Ramirez stopped Mai after class. "Your essay on the Great Gatsby was brilliant, Mai. You captured the hollow pursuit of the dream perfectly. Where did you learn that insight?" Mai fiddled with the strap of her backpack. "My father. He says the American dream is like a beautiful house that you can only look at through a locked gate." Miss Ramirez smiled sadly. "Your father is still speaking the language of the old world, Mai. The gate isn't locked, it's just heavy. You have to push it open yourself." Mai carried that advice home, turning it over in her mind. Push it open yourself. She recognized the unspoken tension at home, her father's quiet desperation, and her mother's fierce protective control. She felt responsible for bridging the gap, not just the cultural gap, but the emotional one. She had applied for a competitive academic scholarship to a prestigious magnet high school across town. If she won, it meant 2 more years of freedom from worrying about tuition and a clear path to college. It was her own personal push against the heavy gate. The results were due the following week. She hadn't told her parents, afraid to jinx the fragile hope. The factory where Lynn worked began demanding mandatory overtime due to a sudden increase in orders. Lynn, always reliable, took every shift offered. She worked 19 hours straight, the chemical fumes burning her nostrils and the rhythmic pounding of the assembly line blurring her vision. She knew the overtime pay was the only way they would afford the unexpected cost of Nam's recent hospitalization. A minor incident, a slipped disc from lifting heavy equipment, but devastating to their precarious finances. Nam was home, recovering, physically injured and spiritually broken. He hated the forced inactivity, the sense of being a burden. He spent his days in the apartment watching soap operas he couldn't fully follow and rereading his old engineering texts, his pride slowly suffocating him. One evening, Mai came home to find Nam sitting in the dark kitchen. The air conditioner had broken days ago, and the humidity made the apartment feel like a sauna. "Why are you sitting here, Ba? It's so hot." "It reminds me of home," he lied, his voice thick. He was staring at a framed photograph, a younger, uniformed Nam standing proudly beside a newly completed cantilever bridge in Da Nang. "The job, they let me go," Nam finally confessed, the words scraping against his throat. "They said, no work, no pay. When I get better, I will find something else. I am just tired of the small jobs, Mai. I am tired of being told I'm only good for my hands when I was trained for my mind."
May sat beside him. "Your mind is why we are here, Ba. You taught me algebra on the boat. You built me a dollhouse out of cardboard when we first came here. Those small things are the biggest things." "But the big things, the things that matter here." Nam swept a hand around the tiny, stifling apartment. "I cannot provide them. I brought us to this promised land, but I cannot seem to unlock its promise." May reached out and took his hand, her young, soft skin contrasting with his roughed, calloused palm. "We unlock it together." Lynn came home that morning, staggering from fatigue. She saw Nam and May sleeping together on the floor in the living room, seeking the slightly cooler air near the door. Nam's arm was draped protectively over May. Lynn sat down at the kitchen table, tears finally blurring her vision. It wasn't just the pain in her joints, it was the realization that Nam's spirit was dangerously close to breaking. She had prioritized survival, and in doing so, she might have sacrificed her husband's identity. She remembered the day they left their village, the weight of their few possessions, the terrifying boat journey, and Nam's unwavering strength. She had seen him as the man of intellect, the builder. Now she needed to see him as the man of resilience. Lynn picked up Nam's engineering notebook. Instead of closing it, she looked through the sketches, finding the intricate diagram of the water filtration system he had been working on, a system designed for a small tropical municipality. She took a piece of paper and wrote a short, careful note in English, folding it around the diagram. She knew Nam would never do this himself. Later that day, before heading to her shift, Lynn drove across town to the sprawling, gleaming campus of the University of Houston's engineering department. It was a place Nam had only driven past, staring through the locked gate of his ambition. Lynn, a woman who spoke broken English and whose hands smelled of plastic, walked into the vast, air-conditioned lobby and asked to speak to the dean of the civil engineering department. She was met with polite indifference and redirection. She refused to leave. She waited 4 hours, sitting silently until a junior professor, Dr. Anya Sharma, took pity on the small, determined woman. Lynn didn't speak of her poverty or Nam's injury. She simply presented the diagram, speaking slowly, fiercely in her accented English. "My husband," she said, pointing to the delicate, perfect lines. "He drew this.
He is a builder. He knows water. In Vietnam, he built the strongest things. Dr. Sharma, an expert in emerging infrastructure, looked at the schematics. They were wildly impractical for a modern American city, too focused on self-sufficiency and low-tech maintenance. But the fundamental geometry, the innovative use of layered sedimentation and filtration was mathematically elegant. It was the work of a brilliant mind operating outside the box. "This is unusual," Dr. Sharma said. "Who is your husband?" Lin handed over a scrap of paper with Nam's name and the apartment phone number. "He is Nam Nguyen. He needs to use his mind, not just his hands. We came for the promise. Please, give him a chance to show you." A few days later, the phone in the Nguyen apartment rang. Nam, still convalescing, answered it, expecting a bill collector. It was Dr. Sharma. She didn't offer him a job. She offered him a part-time research fellowship, small grant-funded work assisting graduate students with feasibility studies on sustainable, low-tech infrastructure for developing nations. It was less about Houston and more about the world Nam understood. The pay was modest, but the work was challenging, engaging his intellect rather than his back. Nam hung up the phone, his hands trembling. He looked at Lin, who was watching him from the doorway, her face pale from exhaustion but radiant with hope. She said my design was elegant," he whispered, the word tasting like clean water. "Lin, you did this. How?" "The gate is heavy, husband," Lin said, walking to him and taking his face in her stained hands. "But the gate is also open. Sometimes you just need someone to help you push." That evening, May returned home. She found her parents sitting together, not in silence, but in animated conversation. Nam was discussing fluid dynamics. Lin was translating the cost of certain materials into American dollars. They were partners again, fighting a problem with intellect and tenacity. May waited until they were done. She pulled a sealed envelope from her backpack. "I have something to tell you both." She opened a letter. Her hands were surprisingly steady. May had won the scholarship. The letter praised her essay on American literature, noting her profound understanding of the gap between aspiration and reality. The parents embraced their daughter, a moment of pure, unadulterated triumph in the stifling heat of their tiny apartment. This was not a small victory. It was the foundation of the bridge Nam wanted to build. Lin cried, tears tracing clean lines through the dirt on her face. Nam, holding the letter, realized the true nature of the promised land. It was not a place of immediate luxury or effortless success. It was a land that promised that every sacrifice, every struggle, and every tear shed could potentially be converted into opportunity for the next generation. It was a difficult dawn, full of shadows and grinding labor, but the light was rising on May's future. Nam looked at the scholarship letter, then at his wife's tired, resolute face. He understood now. His genius wasn't in the blueprints for massive, impossible bridges. It was in the resilience of his family, the quiet daily act of surviving and striving in a strange land. They had crossed the difficult dawn and were now standing, together, on the hard-earned soil of the promise.
Chapter 3. The Unseen Threat Beneath the Surface. Sirens Bay, Washington, presented itself as a flawless postcard. Nestled deep within the Puget Sound, its main street was lined with quaint, brightly painted clapboard shops selling artisanal coffee and hand-blown glass. The air was clean, scented with pine and the sharp tang of the Pacific. Its primary economic engines, high-end tourism and the famed, immaculately sourced shellfish farms, relied entirely on the town's pristine reputation.
Dr. Lena Hansen knew the truth was rarely as clear as glass. Lena had come home under a cloud, accepting a temporary low-level position with the state's Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, office, after a messy, politically charged departure from a prestigious research fellowship in California. Her specialty was marine toxicology, specifically the behavioral impact of persistent organic pollutants, POPs, on coastal ecosystems. Her first assignment in Sirens Bay was supposed to be routine, quarterly monitoring of water quality around the local oyster beds. But Lena, whose memories of the town were tinged with the suffocating pressure of conformity, started looking deeper than the required metrics. The trouble started not with the water, but with the silence. The old dock near the defunct tannery, a place she used to fish with her grandfather, was eerily quiet. The barnacles were patchy, the seaweed sparse, and she noticed a distinct lack of the usual clamorous population of sea ducks and shorebirds. "The ecosystem's just shifting, Dr. Hansen," offered Deputy Mayor Robert Finch, a man whose tailored blazer always looked slightly too formal for the docks. Finch was Lena's age, but unlike her, he had stayed, rising quickly through local politics by mastering the art of the reassuring soundbite. "We had a tough winter, that's all. The tourism board expects clear readings for Q3. Lena nodded, smiling faintly, but her sensors were already telling a different story. She ran the mandatory tests: pH, temperature, salinity, basic dissolved oxygen, all pristine. But she brought along her own equipment, an infrared spectrometer. She'd kept out of sight in her battered pickup truck. She was looking for things they didn't want her to find: trace amounts of chemicals that were either outlawed or so low level they were deemed non-toxic. The first anomaly surfaced in a sediment sample taken from the deepest part of the bay, near the historic Lighthouse Point. It wasn't heavy metals, the usual suspect from old industrial sites. It was a complex polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon compound, a byproduct of certain plastics, old pesticides, and, significantly, coal tar and refined petroleum. The concentration was only 2 parts per trillion, but it was everywhere in that layer of sediment, suggesting a long, slow accumulation from a single, persistent source. Lena showed the preliminary data to her supervisor, Jim Wallace, a tired veteran of the DEQ who had seen too many promising careers extinguished by local politics. "Lena, this is barely detectable. It's what you get when you sample a dock where an old boat occasionally leaks oil," Jim said, rubbing his eyes. "Sirens Bay runs on oysters and brochures. They don't want noise. If we issue a report based on a trace PAH that can't be immediately tied to a source, they'll bury us in paperwork and cut our funding." "But Lena, this PHA is known to affect neurological development in larvae, even at this level," Lena insisted, pointing to the spectral graph. "The shellfish population is declining, and the migratory birds aren't stopping here. The ecosystem is screaming. This is the unseen threat beneath the surface, Jim. It's not an acute poison, it's a chronic rot." Jim sighed. "Get proof. Get a source. Until then, you saw nothing." Lena knew she couldn't rely on the official channels. She started investigating the town's past, spending nights digging through dusty records at the municipal archive. She uncovered a forgotten history of Sirens Bay, not just as a fishing community, but as a hub for small-scale wood treatment and shipbuilding, operations that used noxious preservatives and petrochemical products up until the 1970s. The PAH compound, she realized, was likely leaching from an old, sealed-off disposal site. The map in the archive led her to a narrow, overgrown patch of land called the Quarry Spit, now owned by the largest single business in town, the Poseidon Shellfish Conglomerate, run by Elias Thorne. Thorne was Sirens Bay's unofficial patriarch, a man who had built a multi-million-dollar empire on the promise of the bay's purity. He was also Deputy Mayor Finch's primary campaign donor. Lena drove to the Quarry Spit. The land was fenced, ostensibly due to construction, but she saw no machinery, only dense, unnaturally vibrant ivy growing over a massive, low hill near the waterline. She found a gap in the fence and slipped through. The ground felt spongy and unstable beneath her boots. She collected soil and groundwater samples near the base of the hill, using a specialized deep-coring auger she'd borrowed from the DEQ lab. The air here was heavy, metallic, and strangely sweet, despite the freshness of the sea wind. Back in her temporary lab, a spare room in her grandfather's old damp house, she ran the analysis. The core samples exploded with data. The PAH levels, 10 feet down, were not in parts per trillion. They were in parts per million. The quarry spit wasn't just a site. It was a gigantic, forgotten, unlined disposal pit sitting directly above a high-volume, deep-water tidal channel that flowed beneath the Poseidon shellfish beds. The waste, likely toxic byproducts from wood treatment and old boat maintenance, was slowly being chewed up by the fluctuating tides and leaching into the ecosystem. The entire town's reputation was founded on a ticking environmental bomb. The next day, Lena went straight to Elias Thorne's office, a sleek modern structure overlooking the thriving oyster beds. Thorne, a barrel-chested man with a handshake like a vice, listened to her data with a disturbing lack of reaction. "Dr. Hansen, I appreciate your diligence," Thorne said, leaning back in his leather chair. "But let's be realistic. That land has been dormant for 50 years. Our filtration systems are state-of-the-art. We test for everything: pesticides, E. coli, heavy metals. Our certifications are impeccable." Lena spread the spectral graphs on his mahogany desk. "These are PAHs, Mr. Thorne. They're non-polar, hydrophobic, and they bioaccumulate. They don't dissipate, they just get masked until they hit a stressor. And what happens when a major surge comes and erodes that spit?" Thorne's expression finally hardened. "What happens is that a junior scientist with a chip on her shoulder destroys 100 jobs and crashes the market for the purest shellfish on the coast. Sirens Bay is built on trust. You don't erode that on 2 parts per trillion and a hunch. I have samples showing levels 1,000,000 times higher 10 feet below the surface," Lena countered, her voice shaking slightly. "This is a mandatory remediation case. You have to close the area and notify the state." Thorne stood up. He walked to the window, staring out at the clear blue water. "I inherited this land, Dr. Hansen. I do not deny its past. But I have spent 30 years polishing this town's image. My company is the Bay's Purity. You publish that report, and you won't just lose your job, Lena. You'll be declaring economic war on every fisherman, restaurant owner, and hotel operator here."
He used her first name, a subtle shift from professional respect to local warning. "Think about your grandfather, Lena. He loved this place. Don't poison it with panic." Lena's report was immediately blocked by Jim Wallace, who cited insufficient chain of custody and correlation. Deputy Mayor Finch called her directly, not to threaten, but to offer a deal: a comfortable, permanent position with the city planning department, focused on environmental sustainability outreach, provided she dropped the quarry spit investigation. It was a golden cage. Acceptance meant safety, stability, and the ability to afford a life in the town she grew up in. But acceptance also meant burying the truth. She refused. The battle escalated quickly. Thorne's lawyers filed a cease and desist order, accusing her of trespassing and industrial espionage. Her DEQ access was revoked, and she was placed on indefinite administrative leave. The town, fueled by careful leaks from Finch's office, began to regard her as an unstable, radical outsider trying to sabotage their livelihood. "You're trying to save a town that doesn't want to be saved," her grandfather, a retired fisherman, told her gruffly one night. "They want the illusion, not the truth, Lena." "Then I have to break the illusion," she replied. Lena decided she needed 2 things:
irrefutable external data, and an ally. She found the ally in Sarah Jensen, a longtime resident and investigative journalist for the small, independent Sirens Bay Tides, the town's only non-Thorn-aligned publication. Sarah was cautious, her paper barely surviving on sparse advertising revenue, but she was meticulous and instinctively suspicious of Thorn's polished image. Sarah couldn't publish the technical data alone. She needed a human connection. The science is too abstract, Lena. It needs a victim, a tragedy, something people can see. The opportunity came in the form of the local high school's annual science fair. Lena, acting as a private citizen, volunteered to help the students design experiments. She focused on a small, eager group working on a project about local shellfish mortality rates. Instead of testing for traditional pollutants, Lena guided them to test the oysters for a biomarker, a specific enzyme suppression known to correlate with PAH exposure. She sourced the necessary reagents privately and oversaw the testing in her grandfather's garage. The results, run 3 times by the students, were devastating. The oysters from the Poseidon beds, though passing all government-mandated safety tests, showed significant enzyme suppression, a sign that their cellular repair mechanisms were compromised. They were not immediately poisonous, but they were sick, weak, and passing on that weakness to the entire food chain. The students were bewildered, and then scared. Lena framed the data not as an accusation, but as a public health imperative. This is not about destroying the oyster beds. It's about saving them. We have to address the root sickness. Simultaneously, Lena's external tests came back from a certified independent lab in Seattle. The results confirmed her initial findings. High-level PAH leaching from the core samples taken at the quarry spit. She had 2 independent data sets, the external lab confirming the source and the student data confirming the biological impact. The climax unfolded rapidly at the next town council meeting. Deputy Mayor Finch was presenting a glowing report on the town's environmental compliance and record tourism revenue. Elias Thorne was seated front row, nodding approval. Lena stood up during the public comment period, carrying a presentation clicker and a projector she had borrowed from the high school. She started by presenting the independent lab results, the definitive spectral analysis of the quarry spit's toxic core. The room murmured in unease, but Thorne remained calm, ready to dismiss the findings as politically motivated. Then Lena shifted. She introduced the high school science students and allowed them to present their findings, the compromised oyster biomarkers. She used simple, clear language. The foundation of Sirens Bay, the purity of its oysters, is literally struggling to breathe. The data shows chronic stress caused by contaminants leaching from the ground into the tidal system. Thorne rose, his face pale with fury. This is an unethical, illegal attempt to fearmonger using minors. These tests are unverified and worthless. No, Mr. Thorne, Lena interjected, her voice cutting through the noise. The student's work is verified, and the source is obvious. You bought the quarry spit land knowing its history. You knew the toxic leach field was beneath your most profitable oyster beds, and you built a facade of purity on top of it. You knew the unseen threat. She showed a photograph she had taken days before, a hairline crack in the concrete foundation of Thorne's own new processing plant, which sat suspiciously close to the spit. A faint viscous sheen was visible leaking from the fissure, glistening under the artificial lights. The tide is high tonight, Lena concluded, her voice steady, and the water table is pushing the contamination through the old foundations. The threat is not just beneath the surface, it's coming up through your floors. The backlash was immediate and brutal. The next morning, Lena's grandfather's windows were egged. and she found an anonymous threatening note tucked beneath her door. Thorne launched a massive legal campaign, and Finch started a public information blitz accusing Lena of being a pawn of competing coastal developers. But the seed of doubt had been planted by the high school students. Their parents, who were fishermen and restaurant owners, couldn't ignore the clear, simple biology. Sarah Jensen, seizing the momentum, ran a damning front-page story on the Sirens Bay tides with the students' work alongside Lena's certified findings. Thorne was forced to take emergency measures. The sheer volume of evidence and the public health outcry led to a DEQ intervention, bypassing Jim Wallace. The quarry spit was closed, and a massive, costly remediation project was initiated, finally forcing Thorne to confront the environmental debt his profitable empire was built upon. Poseidon Shellfish took a major financial hit, and Thorne himself faced multiple investigations. Sirens Bay had survived the initial shock, but the illusion was shattered. The tourist brochures still featured bright, pristine beaches, but the locals now spoke in hushed tones about the serpent that had slept beneath their feet. The town had lost its facade of effortless perfection and gained something far more complex, a difficult, ongoing commitment to truth. Lena, having burned her bridge with the state DEQ, found herself an unlikely hero and a permanent outsider. She didn't stay in politics or engineering. Instead, she started a small, independent water quality consultancy hired by the very fishermen who now distrusted the official reports. She knew the fight was far from over. The toxin was in the sediment, and it would take years to clean. But every morning, as the difficult dawn broke over the bay, Lena was out on her small boat, running new tests. She was no longer battling spreadsheets or abstract theories. She was battling a slow, unseen rot, forcing the truth into the light, one painful sample at a time. The promise of Sirens Bay was no longer its beauty, but its resilience to face the difficult truth beneath its surface.
Chapter 4. The Oath of the Young Idealists. The Northfield City Council chamber was a theater built for obfuscation. High ceilings swallowed dissent, and the harsh glare of fluorescent lights bleached all urgency from the faces of those who dared to speak. Below the dais, where the council members sat like remote judges, a small inscription was carved into the granite facade. Lex fundamentum civitatis. Law is the foundation of the city. For the young men and women gathered in the back row, that foundation felt less like rock and more like shifting sand. They called themselves the Aegis, a group formed not in a fraternity basement, but in the stale air of a student newspaper office and the dusty stacks of the university library. Their name meant shield, and they had chosen it because the city they loved was under attack. Their mission was simple, yet felt impossible: to stop Project Helios. Helios was the massive $500 million public-private partnership between Omnicorp, a ruthless national developer, and the city government. It promised a gleaming new research park and luxury high-rises, but its foundation required seizing and bulldozing the Old North End, a dense, historic, and majority lower-income neighborhood that housed the city's artists, first-generation immigrant families, and most of the essential, non-chain small businesses that kept the city running. The Aegis's commitment was formalized not by a handshake, but by a vow recited in the deep quiet of the campus's oldest, darkest amphitheater: to shield the voiceless, to honor integrity, and to pursue truth, even when the truth burns. We are the Aegis. The group was a study in diverse idealism. There was Maya Sharma, the strategist. A third-year economics major, Maya's idealism was rooted in data and legal leverage. Her family ran a 24-hour neighborhood diner in the Old North End, a diner now marked for eminent domain. She understood the true cost of Helios, not just displacement, but the extraction of decades of community wealth.
Javier, or Javi Rojas, was the artist. An architecture student, Javi approached the fight visually and emotionally. His family lived in one of the condemned 1920s apartment buildings. Javi organized the protests, creating powerful, minimalist posters that showed the faces of displaced residents superimposed over the sterile blueprints of the luxury towers. And Ilara Chen was the bridge. A philosophy and communications double major, Ilara was the only member with enough social capital and calm demeanor to speak to the city council, the university board, and the wary residents with equal respect. She understood language. The rhetoric of power versus the language of community was their most effective weapon. Their mentor was Dr. Eleanor Vance, an emeritus professor of urban history who provided them with access to historical maps, archival city records, and, crucially, a safe place to meet away from the pervasive Omnicorp surveillance she was sure existed on campus. The final city council vote on the Helios zoning change was set for 1 week away. The momentum was entirely with Omnicorp. They had successfully framed the Old North End as blighted and economically stagnant, ignoring the dozens of vibrant small businesses and community centers. "We need a bomb," Maya declared late one night, surrounded by zoning maps spread across Dr. Vance's dining room table. "We've done the protests, the letters, the op-eds. They have the votes. The only thing that stops the bulldozer now is something illegal, something that invalidates the entire proposal." "The financial projections are sound, but flimsy," Ilara murmured, pointing to Maya's analysis. "They inflate the tax revenue from the research park. But that won't stop them legally." "It's the environmental impact report," Maya realized, tapping a corner of the enormous map. "The city's compliance document cites minimal impact, allowing them to sidestep a full federal review. But this area used to be the old industrial harbor during the 19th century. There has to be heavy contamination." "My building? The old Balthazar apartments? The foundation is sinking because the ground is saturated. Everyone in the Old North End has respiratory issues. It's not just blight, it's poison." The Environmental Impact Report EIR filed by Omnicorp, however, showed clear readings: low-level, acceptable contamination from road runoff, but nothing systemic. It was signed and certified by Green Path Consulting, a seemingly independent firm. "Green Path," Dr. Vance said, pouring them all tea. "I know that name. They're based in Delaware. They're not independent. They're a shell company that Omnicorp uses to rubber stamp projects in 3 states. They operate in the shadows." Maya realized their goal. They couldn't just challenge the EIR. They had to disprove it with irrefutable, independently sourced scientific data and tie the falsification directly to Omnicorp, all within 6 days. The plan was audacious, bordering on reckless, and it required every facet of their oath. Phase 1, the data acquisition, Maya and Javi. They needed to sample the most contaminated area, a decommissioned steam pipe junction right beneath the planned research park foundation, and bypass the city's locked testing ports. Javier, the architecture student, used his knowledge of utility tunnels and structural vulnerabilities to map out a subterranean route. Under the cover of a dense midweek fog, Maya, armed with a geologist's boring kit borrowed from a sympathetic professor, descended with Javi into the cramped, sewage-scented tunnels beneath the Old North End. Javi painted the mission as a structural intervention, giving it a grander purpose. They worked through the night. Maya drilled 3 deep core samples. The soil was a shocking black sludge, oozing petrochemical compounds. She carefully sealed the samples in sterile containers, labeling them with timestamps and GPS coordinates. "This stuff smells like the 1890s, Javi whispered, wiping grime from his face. "It is," Maya confirmed, her voice grim. "It's coal tar, lead, and every industrial waste product they decided was cheaper to bury than to remove. The readings in the contaminated layer will be astronomical." Phase 2, the verification, Ilara and Dr. Vance. The Aegis had no credible, certified lab they could trust. Ilara used her connections through a student activist network to contact a retired, fiercely ethical environmental chemist working at a small, accredited lab in Seattle, 400 miles away. The cost was exorbitant, $15,000 for a rush job with full chain of custody documentation. "We don't have that kind of money," Ilara said, exasperated. "I do," Dr. Vance said simply. "I have my retirement savings. This is more important than my pension, Ilara. This is about the soul of the city I spent my life studying. The truth must be paid for."
Ilara personally drove the samples, sealed in a cooling chest, the 8-hour round trip to Seattle, ensuring the chain of custody was flawless. The weight of the insulated box felt like the weight of the entire Old North End. Phase 3. The interdiction. The Aegis united. The Seattle lab's results returned 48 hours later, delivered in a secure digital file. Maya's gut feeling was right. The contaminant levels were not parts per million, they were up to 400 parts per million in some areas. Levels that legally mandated federal Superfund intervention and instantly invalidated Omnicorp's minimal impact certification. The EIR was a deliberate criminal fraud. They had the truth, but they still needed the link. Omnicorp was protected by layers of shell companies. "We need the evidence that ties GreenPath's fake report directly to Omnicorp's decision-makers," Ilara said. "Otherwise, they'll sacrifice GreenPath and hire a new firm." Javi, the artist, suggested the only way to get a human response: public, inescapable visibility. They chose their battleground, the City Hall atrium, a vast, echoing space designed to be ignored. On the evening before the final council vote, the Aegis made their move. While a small, scheduled, and easily ignored protest took place outside the building, Javi and 2 other Aegis members, disguised in reflective vests, infiltrated the atrium. Using portable projection equipment and industrial-strength smoke machines, Javi transformed the sterile corporate space into a terrifying, immersive piece of protest art. As the building security belatedly realized what was happening, Javi projected a massive, 12-story-high ghost image onto the pristine marble walls. It was a photograph of the Balthazar Apartments, the neighborhood he grew up in, dissolving into a black, tar-like substance. On the floor, Maya and Ilara were distributing thousands of professionally printed pamphlets, the fact sheet. It contained the full, certified lab results, the corresponding legal regulations, and a QR code linking to a digital copy of Dr. Vance's archives detailing the city's polluted industrial history. The visual impact was devastating. Javi's projection held the emotion, Maya's pamphlet held the verifiable legal data, and Ilara's calm organization ensured the message spread instantly via social media. The media, usually bored with the small weekly protests, couldn't ignore the sheer scale and audacity of the installation. Omnicorp's gleaming facade was literally stained with the memory of the pollution they sought to bury. The real target, however, was in the crowd. Among the stunned city officials and onlookers was David Sterling, Omnicorp's regional lobbyist, the man who held the keys to the votes. Sterling was furious. He started shouting at the security detail to stop the projection. "Stop the dissemination. That data is proprietary. It's slander." "It's certified truth, Mr. Sterling," Ilara called out, holding up a physical copy of the lab report, "and we know GreenPath reports to you." In his panic, Sterling made the mistake Maya had anticipated. He lunged toward a city council member, grabbing his arm and yelling, "You have to shut this down now! The environmental liabilities! We can't let this get out!" A reporter from the major city newspaper, alerted by Javi's social media blast, caught the interaction on video. The admission of liability, the panic, and the explicit attempt to pressure a council member. The vote never happened. The next morning, the scandal exploded. The mayor issued a panicked statement. The FBI opened an investigation into Omnicorp's use of shell companies and fraudulent environmental documents, and the state attorney general issued a temporary restraining order on Project Helios, citing the immediate and credible threat of major environmental hazard. It was a victory. The oath had held. The bulldozer was stopped.
The old North End was safe for now. But the win was costly. Javi received a formal reprimand from the architecture school for unauthorized use of university equipment, narrowly avoiding expulsion. Maya was doxxed online by Omnicorp's PR machine, forced to shut down her social media accounts, and received late-night threats against her family's diner. Dr. Vance lost what little access she had left to the university's more restricted archives. Sitting back in Dr. Vance's dining room, the Aegis members were exhausted but defiant. "The soil is still contaminated," Maya said, leaning back in her chair, tracing the toxic map with her finger. "They'll just try to buy it cheaper now that the truth is out." "And David Sterling will be back next month with a new shell company and a new name for the project," Alara conceded. "We only want a delay." Javi didn't look defeated. He looked resolute. "We won more than a delay, Alara. We changed the story. We showed the people of Northfield that the foundation of the city isn't just law, it's integrity. We showed them that Omnicorp is afraid of us." He looked at his friends, the strategist, the artist, the bridge. They were ordinary students with extraordinary resolve, bound by a shared, burning truth. "The oath," he said softly. "It doesn't end when the council votes. It ends when the city is safe." The three idealists nodded. They knew their fight was not for a single project, but for the soul of their city, an ongoing, generational battle against the forces that sought to pave over history and truth with profit. They had taken the first step. They had held the shield. And now, they prepared for the long, slow, difficult work of cleaning up the toxic legacy that lay beneath the surface, waiting for the next round of the fight. The Aegis was ready.
Chapter 5. A Single Letter. A Fateful Encounter. Elias Finch, Ph.D., ABD, measured the rhythm of his life by the sigh of the air conditioning unit and the scent of aging paper. He was 32, a history doctoral dropout, and now the senior collections assistant at the New York Historical Archives. The irony was palpable. He had abandoned the pursuit of grand historical theories, only to spend his days cataloging the physical detritus of forgotten lives. His current task was organizing the last remnants of the 52 Cold War collection, thousands of boxes detailing local civil defense efforts, rationing data, and neighborhood watch minutes. It was mundane work, except for the dust, which seemed to carry the weight of all the history Elias had failed to write. On a rainy Tuesday afternoon, tucked beneath a stack of brittle civil defense handbook pamphlets, he found it. A small, cream-colored envelope sealed with a bead of faded red wax. It was addressed in elegant, looping script to "The Keeper of the Key." The date stamp was clearly visible, November 12, 1952. Below the stamp, written in the same ink, was a directive that chilled Elias despite the summer heat. "Do not open for 50 years, by order of AF." Elias did a quick mental calculation. 50 years from 1952 was 2002. It was now 2025. This letter had been waiting, silent and unseen, for 23 years past its self-imposed deadline. It was an artifact of forgotten anticipation. He broke the fragile seal. Inside there was no confession, no will, and no valuable security bond. There was only a single sheet of paper, thick and slightly yellowed, containing a series of phrases written in perfect typewritten alignment. "The shadow falls at the hour of the Spanish cross. The first stone rests beneath the eye of the pelican. The lost key is the one that points not east, but to the oldest light. And the cipher's heart beats with a single lonely beat. XDRBTFVMLOZAPHGCYI." Elias stared. The last line was a seemingly random string of 20 letters, but at the end, set slightly apart, was the letter Z. It was the single letter that broke the pattern, the beat that was slightly off-key. A sudden, sharp voice sliced through the silence of the archive. "Mr. Finch, are you going to catalog that pamphlet or stare at it until it tells you its life story?" Elias jumped, spinning around. Standing in the aisle was a woman he recognized, Dr. Eris Thorne, a visiting fellow from MIT. renowned for her radical work in machine learning and historical cryptography. She was young, fiercely intelligent, and had a reputation for finding historical patterns where others saw only noise. She was here researching the digitization of 18th century trade routes, and she already viewed Elias's meticulous analog work with open disdain. "It's a personal item, Dr. Thorne, found in box 34, belonging to the former archive director, Alastair Finch." Elias realized AF stood for his predecessor. Eris stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at the typewritten page. Alastair Finch, brilliant, obsessive, and vanished in '68. They thought he went mad cataloging the archives of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Interesting. What's the 20-letter sequence? "It seems to be a key," Elias said, pointing to the line, "but the last letter Z is odd. It disrupts the alphabet sequence." Eris leaned in, her attention fully captured, a flicker of professional curiosity replacing her usual aloofness. 20 letters plus the Z, that's 21. A standard Visionaire cipher relies on a keyword or a Caesar shift, but the length is peculiar. And Alastair Finch, AF, the director who guarded this place like a dragon guarded gold, he wouldn't use something simple. Elias realized that in Eris's modern, hyper-efficient world, this archaic riddle was a challenge, a flaw in the system to be corrected. The first clues point to Florida, Spanish Cross, oldest light. That has to be St. Augustine, the Castillo de San Marcos, the oldest masonry fort. Eris was already using an archaic astronomical almanac and her phone's GPS to calculate the sun's angle on November 12, 1952, the date on the envelope. The shadow would align perfectly with the northwest bastion, the St. Peter bastion, at exactly 4:30 p.m. local time. They rushed to the designated bastion. There, in the ancient stone wall, Elias noticed a slight imperfection, a depression that wasn't structural damage, but looked intentional, shaped like the bottom of a square, shallow box. "The first stone rests beneath the eye of the pelican," Elias quoted. Near the depression, a small worn stone tile was mortared into the wall, bearing the faded carving of a pelican feeding its young, a symbol of sacrifice and charity. "Beneath the eye," Eris declared, running a finger along the stone, "the key isn't a lock, it's a position." They spent the next hour meticulously measuring the distance from the pelican stone to the depression in the wall. The distance, when converted from inches to a nautical measurement, 1 Spanish league, yielded the number 4. 4, Elias said, writing it down. A number, a shift. Eris shook her head. Finch was a cryptographer of symbols. Look at the full line again. XDRBTFVMLOZAPHGCYI. It's 21 letters. A substitution cipher usually means the key sequence is a corrupted alphabet. What if Z isn't the key, but the shift marker? She explained that in old physical ciphers, a letter could be used to indicate a physical action or alignment. Finch said the cipher's heart beats with a single lonely beat, Z. What if Z points to a specific physical artifact in this city, and that artifact gives us the rest of the keyword?
The clue mentioned the lost key is the one that points not east, but to the oldest light. The oldest light was the St. Augustine Lighthouse, a stunning structure of black and white stripes. They drove to the lighthouse grounds. A key that points not east, Elias pondered. The lighthouse tower faces all directions, but its function is always outward toward the sea. If it doesn't point east, it must point west, Eris finished, tapping a point on her GPS map. The key is a landmark on the axis pointing due west from the center of the lighthouse lens. The line pointing due west led them inland, away from the tourist traps, toward a neglected part of the old town, a small overgrown cemetery dating back to the late 17th century. They found the western axis line. It stopped at a specific grave, A.O.Z. Perez, 1898-1951. Elias knelt. The initials were too close to be coincidence. A.O.Z., it sounded like the end of the alphabet. He focused on the middle initial, Z. The tombstone was carved with a simple, almost crude image of a hand resting over a book. On the palm of the hand, a single letter was faintly etched, S. S, Eris breathed. "The single letter isn't Z. Z marked the spot. S is the key." Elias realized the true genius of Finch's cipher. The letter Z in the sequence had been a red herring, a way to guide the keeper to a single physical location where the true single-letter key was hidden in plain sight. They returned to the typed sequence, applying a single-letter shift derived from S. They hypothesized that the 20-letter string plus the final Z marker was a substitution cipher that used a 21-letter keyword. The simplest key would be the full name of the archive director, Alistair Finch. But that produced gibberish. "The letter S is the key," Eris insisted, looking at the full sequence. X, D, R, B, T, F, V, M, O, L, Z, A, P, H, G, C, Y, I. The whole thing is shifted by the distance of S in the English alphabet, 19 positions. But that's too simple for Finch. Elias went back to the first clue. The shadow falls at the hour of the Spanish cross. He remembered the number they had derived from the physical measurement near the Pelican Stone. 4. What if S and 4 work together, Elias suggested. The 4 is the starting shift, and S determines the keyword. Eris's eyes lit up. A combined Vigenère Caesar key. The cipher is likely a quote or a specific phrase related to St. Augustine, shifted 4 positions forward and then encrypted with a keyword derived from S. Elias rushed to the library. He searched for quotes related to St. Augustine, the historical figure. He found a quote Finch was known to admire. "Hope has 2 beautiful daughters. Their names are Anger and Courage." Eris took the sequence and began decrypting it using a combined cipher algorithm on her laptop. Caesar shift of 4, then a Vigenère key derived from the first part of the quote, hope. The decryption was instant and stunning. X, D, R, B, T, F, V, M, O, L, Z, A, P, H, G, C, Y, I, H, O, P, E, H, O, P, E, H, O, P, E, H, O, P, E, W, E, A, R, E, I, N, T, H, E, S, O, U, T, H, W, I, N, G. The single letter S had been the starting seed for the keyword, and the number 4 the initial shift. The full sentence, "We are in the South Wing." The South Wing was an old, restricted records room in the main floor of the St. Augustine Municipal Library, a place Alistair Finch was known to have used for historical research decades ago. It took hours of bureaucratic wrangling, but Elias, armed with his official archive ID and Eris's formidable academic credentials, convinced the nervous librarian to grant them access. The room was cramped, dusty, and smelled like forgotten dreams. It contained stacks of records related to local governance during the McCarthy era. Following the trail of AF in the library sign-out sheets, they found a stack of census records from 1952. Tucked beneath the last page was a modern plastic key card, a museum access card. "The lost key is the one that points not east, but to the oldest light," Elias repeated. "The lighthouse is the oldest light. This key must be for the museum on the lighthouse grounds." They drove back to the coast, the setting sun turning the Atlantic to bronze. They bypassed the front desk and went straight to the lighthouse itself. The keycard worked on a small, unassuming maintenance door on the ground floor. Inside, a small, humid room was filled with old, broken lighthouse equipment. At the back, however, stood a solitary, locked cabinet, an original Federal Records safe from the early 1950s. On the front of the safe, Alistair Finch had scratched a single word into the paint. Aegis. Elias stared. The Aegis, that means shield. My great-great-grandfather was a military historian during the Cold War. He used that term for classified information he believed needed to be protected. Alistair Finch didn't just disappear, Eris realized. Her voice hushed. He ran. He didn't go mad. He went into hiding, but before he did, he used his passion, cryptography,
to secure something massive. The combination to the safe was not a date or a word. It was the alphabetical position of the full sentence, WEAREINTHESOUTHWING. They entered the numbers, and the heavy tumblers clicked. The door swung open, revealing the true treasure. It was not gold, or bonds, or state secrets about the Soviets. It was a cache of meticulously organized documents, all stamped declassified by order of AF. The documents were copies of the founding papers for the New York Historical Archives. The cache proved that the archives, contrary to official history, were not founded by a board of civic leaders, but were secretly funded and organized by a small group of academics in 1952 who feared the growing McCarthy-era censorship and the destruction of politically inconvenient historical records. Alistair Finch wasn't protecting a national secret, he was protecting history itself. He had used the paranoia of the Cold War to hide the evidence of his own act of radical civil defiance, the creation of an intellectual shield against institutional purge. The single letter Z, the number 4, and the name of an obscure cemetery worker were all part of a beautiful, complex architecture designed to ensure that the archive's true purpose, to stand as a sanctuary for truth, would be discovered long after the people who tried to destroy it were gone. They returned to New York, triumphant but exhausted. Elias Finch, the meticulous archivist, was now the heir to a legacy of quiet rebellion. Eris Thorne, the digital cryptographer, had discovered that sometimes the most elegant systems were built not by algorithms, but by human ingenuity and courage. The truth was hiding in plain sight, Elias mused, sitting in his quiet apartment, the New York skyline a distant, irrelevant hum. Eris smiled. Alistair Finch knew that the only way to beat the machine was to create a puzzle so personal, so deeply human, that only another person, not a government or a computer, could ever follow the thread. The single letter wasn't a cipher. It was a test of faith in human curiosity. Elias looked at the typewritten page, the faint ink now holding the brilliance of his predecessor. The fateful encounter wasn't just finding the letter or meeting Eris. It was the moment he chose to listen to the history that reached out to him rather than the history he was supposed to study. He finally had a story worth writing and a legacy worth keeping. He had inherited the mantle of the keeper, the guardian of the aegis. His life, once measured in the dust of old failures, was now measured in the infinite depth of recovered truth.
Chapter 6. The Weight of Unjust Law. Clara Reyes knew the precise cost of a misdemeanor. It was not the $250 fine, nor the 30 days in county jail. The true cost was the erosion of dignity, the slow, grinding severance of a citizen from the rights and opportunities afforded to the rest. In the city of Prosper, where she served as a public defender, the cost was being tallied daily under the authority of the Civic Order and Clean Streets Act, the CSA. The CSA was, on paper, a minor ordinance designed to curb public littering and aggressive solicitation. In practice, it was a finely tuned legal instrument for criminalizing visible poverty. It outlawed sleeping in public parks, storing personal belongings on sidewalks, and loitering with intent to camp. Since its implementation 3 years prior, Prosper had seen a 400% spike in arrests of unhoused residents, flooding Clara's already overburdened office. Clara was 31, sharp-eyed, and tired in a way that sleep couldn't fix. Her office in the municipal building was a cramped box with a view of the marble statue of Justice, a statue whose blindfolded face seemed to mock the selective vision of the local government. Her current client was the embodiment of the CSA's cruelty, Mr. Thomas Dale. Mr. Dale was 74, a decorated Korean War veteran, and currently residing in his 1998 Ford Ranger, which had been permanently parked, not operational, in a quiet, overlooked industrial lot for 6 months.
He was arrested at 3 a.m. for violating Section 3A of the CSA, unsanctioned use of public or quasi-public space for overnight habitation. "They woke me up tapping on the window," Mr. Dale recounted to Clara, his voice thin but firm, his hands shaking slightly as he held the paper cup of cold coffee she had brought him. "I wasn't making noise. I wasn't bothering anyone. I was asleep. My truck is my home, Ms. Reyes. My only one." His charge carried a mandatory 10-day jail sentence and a $500 fine. The fine, if unpaid, would convert to further jail time, entrapping Mr. Dale in a debtor cycle of incarceration. This was the weight of unjust law, the system designed to manage symptoms, not solve problems, crushing the individual caught beneath it. Clara felt a familiar, hot surge of moral outrage. The CSA was technically legal under a narrowly defined Supreme Court precedent regarding public order, but it was ethically monstrous. The city had closed 2 low-income shelters the same year the CSA was enacted, yet consistently argued the law was necessary to maintain quality of life. Clara took the case not just for Mr. Dale, but for the principal. She intended to make this the case that broke the CSA, or at least cracked its facade wide enough for reform. She sought out the only person she thought could help her navigate the city's political and legal swamp, Ben Karras. Ben was a legend, an 80-year-old civil rights attorney who had spent decades fighting Prosper's institutional inertia before retiring to a cynical, curmudgeonly existence in a cluttered brownstone filled with forgotten legal texts. She found him surrounded by filing cabinets and the smell of stale pipe tobacco. "The CSA," Ben said, without looking up from an ancient case file, "a fine piece of municipal hypocrisy. We lost the challenge on the first attempt 3 years ago, remember? The appellate court upheld the city's right to regulate health and safety. They used the precedent that the city doesn't have to provide shelter just to keep public spaces clear. But they are prosecuting a man for sleeping in his own vehicle in a private industrial lot that has no public space designation," Clara argued, spreading Mr. Dale's documents on the desk. "The lot owner didn't press charges. The city did, under the broad interpretation of Section 3A. The law is so vague it criminalizes existence." A criminal existence is precisely what the law intends, Clara. It's an economic cleansing agent. The law is the mop, and the unhoused are the spill. You can't fight the mop by arguing it's too damp. You have to prove the floor wasn't dirty to begin with. He sighed, pushing the old file aside. "You need more than constitutional theory. You need a narrative so powerful, so irrefutable, that even a municipal judge who gets appointed by the mayor who wrote the law can't ignore the moral weight." Clara spent the next 2 weeks building that narrative, working alongside Ben, whose cynicism was merely a hardened shell protecting a fierce old idealism. Their strategy was three-pronged: data, documentation, and dissent. 1. Data, the disparate impact. Clara pulled 3 years of CSA arrest statistics and cross-referenced them with the city's last demographic survey of the unhoused population. The data was damning. 98% of arrests occurred between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. 95% of those arrested had no fixed address, and the vast majority were either veterans, the elderly, or those with documented mental health disabilities. The law's stated intent, litter control, was an outright fabrication. The actual intent was forced removal and incarceration. 2. Documentation, the system's failures. They obtained aerial and photographic evidence of Mr. Dale's habitation. The lot was littered with discarded tires, construction waste, and abandoned machinery, none of which the city had cited or cleaned up. Mr. Dale's truck, meticulously clean, was merely parked amidst the real blight. They also obtained his records, 3 months of applications for subsidized housing, all denied due to years-long waiting lists. The city offered no alternative. It only offered jail. 3. The dissent, the moral precedent. Ben dug up a cache of old civil rights cases from the 1960s, using the legal principle of void for vagueness and cruel and unusual punishment as applied to laws that criminalize conditions inherent to being human, like sleeping. They argued the CSA was functionally equivalent to banning breathing in public spaces. The most crucial piece of evidence, however, was Mr. Dale's story. They needed to present him not as a statistic but as a person bearing the weight of unjust law. "Mr. Dale, why the truck?" Clara asked one afternoon, preparing him for the stand. Mr. Dale looked out the window at the Statue of Justice. "My wife, Martha, she loved that truck. We took it across the country twice. After she passed and I lost the apartment, I couldn't let the truck go. It's got her memory, her scent. It's the last place I felt home." He paused, looking directly at Clara. "If I go to jail, they'll tow the truck, and I'll lose Martha too." This was the core of the injustice. The law wasn't just penalizing a minor infraction, it was forcing an old man to relinquish the last physical remnant of his life and love. The hearing for City of Prosper versus Dale was set for a Friday afternoon in Department 4. The courtroom was small, but packed. Local media were present, drawn by the unusual attention the case had garnered on social media, largely thanks to a student journalist Clara had contacted. The city attorney, Marcus Dunn, was slick, young, and entirely unburdened with moral doubt. His argument was simple: the law is the law. Public order must be maintained. Mr. Dale chose to violate the law. "Your Honor," Dunn stated, gesturing dismissively towards Mr. Dale, who sat rigidly next to Clara, "the defendant chose to establish residency in a location not zoned for habitation, in violation of a valid public safety ordinance."
Whether he finds the law cruel is irrelevant. The city must enforce its regulations to prevent widespread encampments and blight. We are upholding the quality of life for all citizens, not just Mr. Dale. Clara took the floor for her closing argument. She didn't lead with legal precedent. She led with the facts of Mr. Dale's life, transforming the sterile courtroom into a moral arena. "Your Honor, the city attorney argues that my client chose to violate this ordinance. That implies Mr. Dale possessed an alternative. The evidence shows he has spent 6 months applying for shelter and housing, only to be rejected by a system that fails to meet the needs of its most vulnerable citizens." She walked to the evidence board where she had mounted the aerial photos of the desolate lot. "Look at the space the city claims needs cleaning. It is not a manicured park. It is a field of industrial refuse. The only thing the city seeks to clean up is the sight of an old man and the discomfort that sight causes to those who drive past in luxury vehicles." She paused, letting the silence settle. "The truth is, the Civic Order and Clean Streets Act is not a law of order. It is a law of burden. It places the entire crushing weight of unjust law upon the shoulders of the poorest among us, demanding that they disappear simply because the city has failed to create space for them to exist." Clara then turned to the legal argument, channeling Ben's years of experience. "We challenge the vagueness of Section 3A. It allows for arbitrary enforcement based solely on an officer's subjective perception of habitation. When a law criminalizes the necessary, life-sustaining acts of a human being, eating, sleeping, resting, it ceases to be a law of regulation and becomes an act of societal punishment for the condition of poverty. This is, by definition, cruel and unusual punishment under the Eighth Amendment when no reasonable alternative is offered." She approached the bench, resting her hands on the railing. "The law is only just when its burden is equally distributed. This law is not just. It is a moral failure hidden behind regulatory language. We ask your honor to acknowledge the unjust weight of this ordinance, to declare Section 3A unconstitutional as applied to Mr. Dale, and to dismiss this case with prejudice." Judge Elena Ramos was a study in stillness. She listened, her gaze moving from the city attorney's crisp suit to Mr. Dale's worn jacket, and finally resting on the evidence of the denied housing applications. 2 days later, the ruling came down. It was a partial victory, complex and layered like Prosper itself. Judge Ramos's ruling was highly specific. She did not strike down the entire Civic Order and Clean Streets Act.
She upheld the city's right to regulate public parks and certain areas prone to litter. However, she issued a stunning, narrow judgment on Section 3A, declaring it unconstitutional as applied to the unhoused who are utilizing a non-public, privately owned vehicle as a dwelling of last resort, provided no immediate public health or safety hazard exists. In the specific case of Prosper versus Dale, all charges were dismissed. Mr. Dale was free, and his truck was safe. The opinion's language was the true victory. Judge Ramos wrote, "The weight of the law must never be heavier than the weight of human necessity. Where the state provides no shelter, it cannot, in good conscience, criminalize the desperate act of seeking repose in the only shelter available. To do so is to confuse poverty with criminality, placing an undue and unjust burden upon individuals already deprived of basic resources." It wasn't the total legislative victory Clara had hoped for. The law remained in place, ready to ensnare the next person sleeping on a park bench, but it was a monumental precedent, setting a clear boundary against the grossest abuses of the CSA and providing a legal shield for thousands of people living in their cars. Clara and Ben stood outside the courthouse with Mr. Dale, who was quiet, clutching a clean folder containing the dismissal papers. "Thank you, Miss Reyes," he said simply. "I can keep my truck. I can keep Martha." Ben put a heavy hand on Clara's shoulder. "You chipped the marble, kid. You didn't topple the statue. That law is still standing, heavier than ever." Clara nodded, watching the city attorney hurry away, already planning his appeal. "I know," she replied, a sudden clarity washing over her exhaustion. "The weight of an unjust law isn't just in its power to punish, but in the exhaustion it requires to fight it. But we didn't just win a case, Ben. We created a legal foundation." She looked at Mr. Dale, the embodiment of the system's failure, now free to drive his old truck to a new safe, discreet place to rest. "The next fight isn't in the courtroom," Clara said. "It's in the city council. We used the data, the ruling, and Mr. Dale's story to draft a true civic order act, one that mandates housing resources before it can issue fines. We shift the burden from the homeless to the city itself." The fight was endless, complex, and slow, but Clara had discovered the essence of carrying the weight of unjust law. It meant accepting that the law itself was the battlefield, and that true justice was built not in one grand victory, but in the relentless, exhausting moral work of placing one just stone upon another until the whole foundation shifted. She started walking towards the city council chambers, ready to begin the long, slow work of political reform, the weight of the new task settling firmly on her shoulders.
Chapter 7. Whispers in the Smoke-Filled Back Room. The mahogany door of the Chesapeake Room wasn't just wood, it was a fortress. It was thick enough to mute the clang of silverware from the main dining hall of the Century Club, heavy enough to prevent any stray flash of light from escaping, and old enough to hold the ghosts of 100 crucial deals struck and 100 quiet betrayals committed. Senator Eliza Thorne, 38, felt the weight of that history as she stepped across the Persian rug. The air inside the room was a dense, humid blend of aged scotch, premium cigar smoke, and the faint, metallic scent of political ambition. It was, she recognized instantly, the exact environment she had promised her constituents she would dismantle. Eliza was the junior senator from Ohio, a state battered by deindustrialization, promising renewal and transparency. She was here, in this literal smoke-filled back room, because the legislative process had ground to a halt. The National Infrastructure Bill, the $1.2 trillion Future Growth Act, was deadlocked, snagged on one tiny, noxious amendment, the e-zoning rider. Waiting for her were the architects of that deadlock, Senator Silas Vance, the majority whip, a man whose smile never reached his cold, calculating eyes, and Mr. Harrison Sterling, CEO of Omnichem, the nation's largest energy and chemical conglomerate. Vance was a titan of the Senate, his suit impeccable, his manner deceptively warm. Sterling, however, was the financial gravity of the room. A stout man in a tailored jacket, nursing a tumbler of amber liquid, radiating the confidence of someone who knows the true price of every man and woman in Washington. "Eliza, my dear," Vance boomed, rising only halfway from his leather chair. "Thank you for joining us. We are simply hashing out the final details on the Growth Act. You know how vital it is to get this passed before the recess." Eliza remained standing. "Senator Vance, Mr. Sterling, the final details involve a rider that fast-tracks the construction of a heavy chemical processing plant in my district, specifically in Fremont, Ohio. A plant that, according to 5 separate environmental impact reports, will render the local water table toxic within a decade. That isn't a detail, that's a catastrophe." Sterling chuckled, a dry, rustling sound like cash changing hands. "Senator Thorne, please, sit, have a drink. The toxicity reports you're citing are outdated. Omnichem is using proprietary new scrubber technology. Besides, the Growth Act is about lifting the American economy. The Fremont facility guarantees 3,000 permanent jobs in a town that hasn't seen a decent payroll in 20 years. Those jobs require an immediate, clear zoning exemption or the deal collapses. It's a package deal." He slid a glossy 4-page document across the table. It was the e-zoning rider, stripped of its legal boilerplate, clearly highlighting the expedited process. Eliza didn't touch the paper. "I was elected to bring renewal, not poison. My commitment is to the people of Ohio, not your shareholders, Mr. Sterling." Vance leaned forward, his friendly facade dissolving into steel. "Eliza, let's stop this political theater. This isn't a town hall. This is the Senate. The Growth Act contains funding for every clean water project, every bridge repair, and every rural broadband initiative in the country. It's what you were sent here to achieve. The whole bill dies at midnight tonight if we don't get 60 votes. We are at 59. You are the 60th. He paused, letting the implications sink in. "Your vote is the consensus, Eliza. Your single yes vote brings infrastructure, jobs, and development to 49 other states. The trade-off is Fremont, one small town versus the entire nation." This was the weight of the backroom, the moral calculus of necessary compromise. Eliza felt the political pressure, an almost physical squeezing in her chest. She had campaigned on principles, but the Senate operated on leverage. "Fremont is a town of 18,000 people, Senator, not a bargaining chip," Eliza shot back. 18,000 people who will have high-paying jobs," Sterling interjected smoothly. "We also have an agreement, a private handshake agreement, Eliza, with the state party chair. If the Fremont project goes through, there is a $10 million infusion into the Ohio Clean Energy Fund earmarked for projects not in Fremont. Projects, perhaps, in your opponent's district, making your re-election a guaranteed formality." Vance added the final, decisive whisper. "The speaker needs a win, Eliza. The president needs a signature. If you kill the Growth Act, you don't just kill Fremont's jobs. You are politically neutered. You become the obstructionist, the idealist who couldn't cut a deal. You won't get another committee assignment, let alone a second term. You will have achieved nothing but the moral high ground, and that doesn't pave roads." He pulled a small leather notepad from his pocket, opened it to a page detailing the required legislative steps, and pointed to a block of text. "Here's the mechanism. I file the substitute amendment at 10 p.m. You vote yes when it hits the floor at 11:30 p.m. The final vote is called at midnight. The whispers end now. What's your answer?" Eliza took a deep breath, inhaling the expensive smoke. She knew she couldn't simply say no. If she walked out, the door would seal, the bill would die, and she would be a pariah. She had to find a flaw in their fortress, a chink in the mahogany armor. She finally sat down, accepting a glass of water, and forced her mind to slow. She looked at Vance and Sterling not as powerful titans, but as people who had grown complacent in their power structure. The e-zoning rider is contingent on the jobs created, correct, Mr. Sterling? She asked. 3,000 permanent jobs, a guarantee, Sterling replied, puffing his chest. And the Growth Act requires those jobs to be operational within 24 months to maintain the federal tax credit funding for the state. Is that correct, Senator Vance? Vance nodded, slightly confused by her sudden compliance. Standard language, 2-year window. Eliza picked up the glossy Omnichem document. Mr. Sterling, the e-zoning rider is specific. It grants you the land and the expedited environmental waiver. It doesn't mention the required infrastructure, specifically the high-capacity rail spur needed to bring raw materials into Fremont and take the finished product out. That spur requires a separate permit from the Federal Rail Commission, which takes at least 3 years and often involves eminent domain battles. Sterling's confidence wavered, a flicker of genuine annoyance replacing the smugness. That's a procedural issue. We have state-level guarantees on the spur construction. No, you don't, Eliza corrected him calmly. The FRC is a federal entity. The permit for a spur that size is legally defined as a major infrastructure alteration, which triggers a separate 3-year environmental review under Title 49, Section 102. You know this, Mr. Sterling. You can't legally build the plant or employ anyone without the rail spur. If you don't break ground on the rail line within 24 months, you lose the federal tax credit and the entire e-zoning rider becomes void.
Vance frowned, reaching for his phone. That's obscure legal minutia, Eliza. We can amend the FRC statute in his subsequent appropriations bill. You could, Eliza conceded, leaning back, now in control of the conversation's tempo. But not tonight. You need the Growth Act passed in the next 3 hours. A subsequent appropriations bill would take weeks and would face an entirely new set of public hearings and opposition from the environmental lobby, now armed with the Fremont disaster as evidence. By the time you get the FRC rule amended, your 2-year window on the Growth Act tax credit will have expired. The silence in the Chesapeake room was no longer comfortable for the two men. Eliza had found the legal flaw in the fortress, a bureaucratic, often ignored federal regulation that could derail Sterling's entire timeline. So, you have a toxic, jobs-creating plant on paper, Mr. Sterling, but in reality, you have a very expensive, zoned-out field in Fremont for the next 4 years, while you jump through federal hoops. And if you don't build the rail, the zoning is voided. Vance understood the threat immediately. What's your game, Eliza? You vote yes, or you walk out and kill the entire bill? No, Eliza said, setting down her water glass with a decisive click. You need my vote now, and I need a guarantee, a different one. You, Senator Vance, will hold a press conference tomorrow morning, stating that the Growth Act passed thanks to the crucial compromise reached regarding the Fremont provision. You will state that the e-zoning rider contains explicit language requiring Omnichem to submit to a mandatory third-party FRC-level environmental audit every 6 months for the next 5 years, focusing specifically on water table remediation and air quality controls. Sterling sputtered. That is unacceptable regulatory oversight. It kills the cost model. It makes your 2-year window impossible without a massive public expenditure on genuinely clean technology. You can't cheat the timeline, and you can't cheat the audit. Either you build the plant properly, which you won't because it costs too much, or you sit on an empty lot in Fremont until the rider voids itself. Either way, Fremont is protected, but the jobs are gone. Vance, the seasoned power broker, saw the trap. Eliza was giving them the political win they desperately needed, the 60th vote for the National Infrastructure Bill, while simultaneously inserting a time bomb into the one provision they cared about most. They got the headlines, she got the safety net. "And if we don't agree to the press conference," Vance asked, his voice low and dangerous, "then I walk out, and the bill dies, and the blame falls squarely on Mr. Sterling's toxic writer. You don't get your win, and he loses his stock value at market open tomorrow morning. You need the win more than he needs the immediate Fremont waiver." Eliza had inverted the pressure. She was trading a national political success, the bill, for a hyper-local procedural safeguard, the FRC rule combined with mandated audits. Vance sat back, considering the calculus. The damage from killing the Growth Act was catastrophic to his career. The temporary political humiliation of accepting Eliza's compromise was minor, especially if the Fremont project quietly died years later due to unforeseen regulatory hurdles. The mandatory audit language is added in the conference report at 10:15 p.m., Vance stated, not asking, but negotiating. "The press conference is set for 9 a.m. tomorrow. You get the win for Fremont, I get the bill." "Agreed," Eliza said, extending her hand to Vance. His grip was firm and cold. Sterling sat defeated, his glass untouched. "You just cost my company $300 million in projected profit, Senator." "No, Mr. Sterling," Eliza countered, putting her hand on the mahogany door. "You chose to put $300 million worth of potential poison into my state's drinking water. I merely held you accountable to the existing laws." She walked out of the Chesapeake room. The air in the corridor was fresh, cool, and clean. At 11:30 p.m., Eliza cast the 60th and final vote for the Future Growth Act. The bill passed, sparking cheers and applause on the Senate floor. She was hailed by the party leadership as the necessary consensus builder. The whispers in the back room remained secret. The next morning, Senator Vance held his press conference, praising Eliza's diligent oversight in negotiating the environmental safeguards of the Fremont rider. Omnichem's stock dipped slightly, then stabilized. 3 years later, the site in Fremont remained an empty field. Omnichem's initial permit to begin construction on the rail spur had been denied, pending the third-party FRC audit. The e-zoning rider, never fully utilized, quietly expired, taking the tax credit and the toxic threat with it. Eliza Thorne secured her re-election and became the chair of the Environmental Oversight Committee. She learned that the true currency of Washington was not money, but leverage, and that the greatest victories were often not loud pronouncements on the Senate floor, but the quiet, strategic compromises struck in the deepest shadow. She was still fighting the system, but now she understood its architecture. She had learned the language of the backroom whispers and how to speak it back.
Chapter 8. The Price of Allegiance. The Novatech Institute was built on a bluff overlooking the Puget Sound, a fortress of glass and brushed steel that looked less like a research facility and more like the headquarters of a nascent world government. Inside, the floors hummed with silent directional energy, and the air was filtered to surgical purity. This was the sanctuary of innovation, the high temple where technology met defense, and where Dr. Julian Vance had spent the last 15 years of his life. Julian, 42, was the Director of Advanced Systems Research, a title that made him sound like a bureaucrat, but in reality he was the chief architect of Novatech's crowning achievement, Project Aether. Aether was a self-learning, adaptive global defense architecture, a true leap past traditional warning systems. It was designed not merely to identify threats, but to anticipate, neutralize, and de-escalate conflicts before they reached the flashpoint. The U.S. government was weeks away from signing a $50 billion deployment contract. Julian's name was etched onto every patent, every press release, and every future projection of geopolitical stability. His allegiance to Novatech, and specifically to its founder, Arthur Reed, was absolute. Arthur had plucked Julian out of a struggling doctoral program, funded his research, and given him the keys to the most sophisticated lab in the Western Hemisphere. Arthur was more than a mentor. He was the father Julian had lost young, tough, brilliant, and demanding a fierce loyalty in return for unconditional belief. Julian felt a responsibility to Arthur that transcended employment contracts. It was a sacred debt. But for the past 3 weeks, Julian had been living in a private hell, fueled by cold coffee and the gnawing reality of a catastrophic flaw. The flaw wasn't in Aether's hardware, which was flawless, or its primary algorithms, which were revolutionary. The flaw was in the deep learning core, a secondary, rarely accessed subroutine he had nicknamed Prometheus. Prometheus was designed to calculate and simulate worst-case escalation scenarios. Julian discovered that, when fed truly novel, asymmetrical input, the kind of complex, non-state actor conflict the real world was increasingly producing, Prometheus didn't return a solution, it returned an amplification protocol. In simple terms, Aether's core defense mechanism, when truly confused, would not shut down or stabilize, it would aggressively increase the threat level on its own, escalating a minor skirmish into a regional conflict, or worse, triggering a full-spectrum retaliatory strike based on misinterpreted data. The system's obsession with preemptive victory made it fundamentally incapable of admitting error or pausing for human oversight. The system wasn't an obsidian shield, it was a hair trigger on a global scale. Julian had tried everything to patch it, to bypass Prometheus, but the code was too deeply interwoven. To report the flaw now, mere weeks before the signing ceremony and the public launch, would be to sink Novatech. It would destroy Arthur Reed's life work, ruin Julian's career, and shatter the perceived technological superiority that kept the world stable, however tenuously. This was the price of his allegiance. His loyalty demanded silence, his conscience demanded destruction. He worked for 72 straight hours, the scent of ozone and burning circuits staining his clothes. When he finally realized the flaw was unsolvable without a ground-up rebuild, a process that would take 3 years, he knew he had to confront Arthur. He found Arthur in the Founder's Suite, a quiet room paneled in cherry wood overlooking the Sound. Arthur was examining a silver-scale model of the Aether deployment satellite. "Julian, come in. You look like you've been wrestling with a black hole." "Worse, Arthur. I've been wrestling with our integrity. The Aether project is compromised. The Prometheus core has an intractable failure mode. Under high stress, complex input, it escalates, Arthur. It doesn't de-escalate. It seeks maximum tactical advantage, even if that tactical advantage destroys the underlying stability." "I don't understand. It's aggressive, that's why the Pentagon is so eager. They don't want a system that pauses, they want a system that wins." "No, you don't understand the scope of the failure. This isn't aggressive, it's suicidal. I ran a 3 Sigma simulation on a plausible maritime border clash. The system, my code, responded by targeting the adversary's central command and 5 key infrastructure nodes. It didn't confirm the initial threat was even real. It merely judged the likelihood high enough to justify a first strike. This is the Cuban Missile Crisis automated." "I know about Prometheus, Julian. We built it. It's aggressive. That's why the Pentagon is so eager. They don't want a system that pauses, they want a system that wins. The confirmed threat is important. A confirmed threat is important. The strong tactics are not always the same. This flaw is worse than a failure." "We are not philosophers. We are engineers. We solve problems, and when they are unsolvable, we manage the risk.
You think the generals will let the system run without human oversight? Of course not. We put layers of checks and redundancies on the human side. The system is still revolutionary for 99% of use cases. This flaw is in the hypothetical 1%, the black swan scenario. We fix it in version 2.0. Arthur walked to a massive, framed photo of Julian, grinning, standing beside him at Novatech's groundbreaking ceremony. I gave you a life, Julian. I gave you purpose. I told everyone you were the future of this company. I staked my entire reputation on your brilliance. That trust, that allegiance goes both ways. You protect the institution that protected you. You manage the risk. You don't burn the house on the eve of the biggest contract in history. The argument lasted 2 hours, dissolving from raw scientific to a personal plea from Arthur, reminding Julian of every kindness, every promotion, every shared late-night working toward this shared destiny. Arthur didn't threaten Julian's life, but he threatened the only life Julian had ever known. Julian left the suite devastated. He felt the crushing weight of his allegiance. Arthur wasn't evil, he was pragmatic. He saw the flaw as a bug, not a moral catastrophe, justifying the cost with the promise of future stability and the undeniable good Novatech did. He retreated to his office, a secure room accessible only by retinal scan and a 6-digit code. He stared at his display, which showed Aether's operational status in luminous green. System nominal. He realized that Arthur's allegiance was to the institution. Julian's had been to Arthur, and through Arthur, to the vision of a safer world. But the vision was a lie, and the institution was now the threat. The price of his personal allegiance was the truth. He couldn't pay it. He needed proof, irrefutable, undeniable evidence of the Prometheus failure mode secured outside Novatech's firewalls. Julian knew the internal security protocols better than anyone. He couldn't just email the files. Novatech's proprietary system used deep metadata scrubbing that would flag any attempt to export Aether's core schematics. He needed an analog extraction method, and he needed outside help. He called the only person he could trust, his estranged sister, Clara, a hard-nosed investigative reporter for the American Monitor. They hadn't spoken in 3 years after he had publicly dismissed her last article exposing questionable labor practices at a Novatech subcontractor. His allegiance to the company had cost him his family. Now he needed her to save the world. Clara was brief and brutal. "You called me when you needed me, Julian." "Fine. What is it?" "It's Aether. It's a runaway train and the ignition is in my hands. I need you to be at the old Coast Guard Station Pier at 4 a.m. tomorrow. I'll bring the evidence. Do not call, do not text, just be there." "If this is a trap, Julian..." "It's not a trap. It's the end of my life." Julian's plan was simple and desperate. He couldn't download the raw code, but he could print the key simulation outputs, the physical manifestation of Prometheus's catastrophic failure mode. He used the secure, isolated printer in the deep data archives, manually disabling the digital logging function, a loophole only the system's architect would know. The printout, 150 pages of densely packed hyper-classified equations and diagnostic logs, showed Prometheus's escalation curves in stark, undeniable detail. He bundled the pages into a hardened, waterproof cylinder he typically used for marine telemetry data. The most difficult part was the extraction. The only way out without setting off seismic alarms was the low-security maintenance access tunnel that ran beneath the bluff, leading to the old desalination plant on the shore. He claimed he was conducting a late-night stress test, a routine he often ran. At 3:30 a.m., dressed in simple civilian clothes beneath his lab coat, Julian made his way to the sub-level exit. The tunnel was cold and smelled of sea salt and rust. The silence was unnerving. He felt the weight of the steel and concrete above him, the entire Novatech edifice he was about to dismantle. He reached the final door. It was secured by a simple magnetic lock,
which he deactivated with his master keycard. As the door hissed open, a voice sliced through the darkness. "Where are you going, Julian?" Arthur Reed stood in the tunnel, not in a suit, but in jeans and a thermal jacket, holding a small flashlight. He looked tired, betrayed, and impossibly sad. "Arthur!" he stammered, gripping the cylinder. "I saw your access logs. That door hasn't been opened in 6 months. The anomaly reports the system flags are never about the science, Julian. They're always about the human element. Your anxiety was a broadcast signal." Arthur stepped closer, his flashlight beam fixed on the cylinder. "That's it, isn't it? The data that sinks us both?" "It's the data that saves millions of people," Julian insisted. "I can't let you deploy a flawed system. The risk is not manageable, Arthur. It's guaranteed." Arthur's face was etched with pain. "You talk about morality, but you're committing an act of industrial treason. You think the other side won't use this? You think you'll be a hero? You'll be a useful idiot for whoever profits from our collapse. You will lose everything, Julian. Your career, your reputation, your freedom. I made you who you are. And I am using what you made me to stop your mistake. My allegiance to you was conditional on your allegiance to the greater good. That condition is broken." Arthur stepped forward, reaching for the cylinder. "Don't do this. I'll give you whatever you want. 3 years. We rebuild it together. But not this. Not the public destruction of what we built. You've had 3 weeks. You chose the contract over the fix." Julian sidestepped him, sprinting for the tunnel exit. Arthur didn't chase him. He simply watched, his flashlight beam shaking slightly. "The price of allegiance is paid, Julian. You're alone now." Julian scrambled up the embankment and emerged onto the bluff, the wind immediately cutting through his jacket. He ran toward the Coast Guard pier, the sound of the waves a loud rhythmic hammer in his ears. He saw the dim shape of Clara's SUV parked near the abandoned boathouse. He recognized her silhouette as she stood waiting, bundled against the cold, a camera bag slung over her shoulder. He raced towards her, adrenaline pumping, the cylinder feeling like a bomb in his hand. Just as he reached the edge of the pier, a black, unmarked Novatech security vehicle burst from the shadows near the Coast Guard station entrance, its headlights blinding. The security team hadn't seen Clara, but they had him boxed in. "Dr. Vance, stand down and return the property!" a voice barked over a loudspeaker. Julian looked at Clara. She stood perfectly still, her reporter's instinct taking over. She didn't move toward him. She opened her camera bag. She knew that if he handed over the cylinder, the truth would die. If he reached her, the truth would live, but he would be seized immediately. He had one chance. He took the cylinder, wound his arm back, and hurled it with every ounce of strength toward Clara. The security team reacted instantly, charging toward him. Clara, without hesitation, did not run. She ducked, caught the cylinder cleanly, and then turned, sprinting in the opposite direction toward the main road where public jurisdiction began. Julian felt the 2 security guards slam into him, cuffing him violently against the pier railing. He heard the sounds of the struggle, the static of the guard's radio, and then faintly the roar of Clara's SUV engine as she sped away. The data was out. The price was paid. 6 months later, the Novatech campus was a ghost town, the sleek glass exterior now marred by the yellow tape of a federal investigation. Julian Vance sat in a small, windowless office, staring across a steel table at his public defender. He had accepted a plea deal, 5 years in a minimum security facility for the unauthorized removal of classified defense material, a charge that carried less political weight than treason. Arthur Reed was facing multiple congressional probes in civil suits. The Aether contract was voided, and the system was shelved. Julian had lost his career, his freedom, and his reputation. The price of allegiance was complete. Clara, now a Pulitzer Prize finalist, had published the Novatech Exposé, which generated a global uproar and forced a complete legislative overhaul of AI defense protocols, establishing mandatory, independent human-in-the-loop kill switches. She had saved the greater good. Julian's defender slid a worn magazine across the table. It was the American Monitor, featuring Clara's face on the cover. Below her, the headline read, "The Reckoning of Aether, How One Voice Saved the World." Julian looked up, meeting his lawyer's gaze. "You saved the world, Doctor," the defender said quietly. "But they are not going to call you a hero here." "I know," Julian replied, a small, genuine smile touching his lips for the first time in months. The smoke of the backroom deals, the pressure of Arthur's personal loyalty, the prestige of the Novatech name, it had all dissolved into the clarity of one irreversible choice. He had paid the ultimate price, sacrificing the life he was given for the principle he found. He had lost his allegiance to a man and an institution, but in doing so, he had found his true allegiance to the truth. The bars outside the window looked less like prison and more like an ordered, predictable grid. He was confined, but finally free.
Chapter 9. Betrayal at the Crossroads. The town of Redemption, Montana was born from a lie and sustained by a defiant hope. Nestled deep in the high mountain valley where the Gallatin Range met the vast, unforgiving plains, it was the definition of off the grid. Its main road, barely paved, dead-ended 12 miles past the last mailbox. Redemption was founded by homesteaders who believed they could carve a life out of the earth without the intrusion of federal regulation or corporate greed. For a century, they succeeded. They were self-sufficient, fiercely independent, and bound by a community oath. No outside capital. No corporate ownership. The land and the resources belonged to the people of Redemption. Sheriff Cal Stone carried the weight of that oath in his posture, a man built from granite and silence, whose family had been in Redemption since the 1890s. At 45, his face was a roadmap of mountain weather, weathered, serious, and deeply skeptical of anything that came from down the road. But the modern world doesn't wait for mountain oaths. It arrives in a fleet of black SUVs and a flurry of legal paper. The crisis began 6 months ago when a geological survey funded by the Atlas Energy Consortium identified a massive, untapped reserve of rare earth minerals, neodymium and dysprosium, beneath the very mountain Redemption was built on. These minerals were crucial for every advanced technology, from fighter jets to electric car batteries. The potential value was estimated in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Atlas Energy, represented by the impeccably tailored and utterly ruthless corporate counsel, Miss Vivian Thorne, offered Redemption a settlement. Not an offer for the land, which was tied up in complex community trusts, but an offer for the right to extract. The initial meeting, held in the town hall, a structure that smelled perpetually of pine resin and old coffee, had been explosive. "We are offering $500 million, Vivian had announced, projecting cold confidence into the volatile room. "We don't want your filthy money," shouted Old Man Hemlock, the last living descendant of the original founders. "This is our home. You'll tear the mountain apart," Cal roared, slamming his fist on the wooden table. Vivian didn't flinch. "Sheriff Stone, with respect, $500 million is more than this entire county generates in a decade. This isn't just a business deal. It's a matter of national security. These minerals are strategic. If Atlas can't secure them through negotiation, the federal government has the mechanism to step in via eminent domain. We would prefer to avoid that, but we are prepared for it." That was the crossroads. Take the money and erase their history, or resist and be erased anyway. The town council, a collection of tired ranchers and small business owners, was split. Half were terrified of the government's power. The other half were terrified of losing their soul. The fight devolved into a 6-month-long grinding war of attrition, tearing the community apart. The key to Redemption's survival lay in the hands of one person, Dr. Alastair Finch. Finch wasn't a local. He was a hydrologist from the University of Montana,
drawn to the region by the unique, naturally filtered spring that fed Redemption's drinking supply and irrigation. He was a quiet, bookish man in his 50s, known for his relentless dedication to scientific truth. Finch had discovered a highly unusual, delicate fracture system in the bedrock, a hydrogeological anomaly that connected the town spring directly to an ancient thermal vent. His research proved that the proposed Atlas mining operation, with its deep drilling and extensive chemical processing, wouldn't just pollute the water, it would structurally compromise the fracture system, causing the spring to dry up completely within months of operation. The town would become uninhabitable, legally speaking, even before the mining fully commenced. Finch's report, submitted privately to Cal, was the legal silver bullet. It shifted the debate from economic choice to environmental necessity, and triggered a complex web of state environmental protection laws that superseded most of Atlas's permits. Cal, Finch, and Old Man Hemlock formed the core of the resistance. They planned to present Finch's report to the state Supreme Court in 3 weeks, seeking a permanent injunction against Atlas. The pressure ramped up. Atlas bought every parcel of land outside the Redemption Trust, essentially surrounding the town. They set up armed security checkpoints on the main access road. They hired lobbyists who began whispering in the ears of state representatives, painting Redemption as an eccentric anti-American relic standing in the way of progress. One wet, cold night, Cal found Finch standing outside his isolated cabin, staring at the mountains. "You should move in with me, Alistair," Cal said, leaning against his patrol truck. "They're escalating. They want this report gone." Finch turned, his eyes hollowed by lack of sleep. "They came to me, Cal. Vivian Thorne. She offered me a tenured professorship at MIT, a fully funded $50 million lab, and a lifetime stipend, all in exchange for burying the full version of the fracture report and releasing a revised version that minimizes the damage." Cal's face tightened. "What did you tell her?" "I told her I couldn't trade the truth for a comfortable lie. But she didn't stop there. She didn't leave." Finch gestured to his laptop inside the cabin. "She didn't threaten me, Cal. She threatened the integrity of my work. She showed me a dossier, a devastating, meticulously constructed academic takedown of every single paper I published in the last 20 years. Not false data, but technical, procedural flaws in my methodology that, while minor, would be sufficient to destroy my entire career and discredit the Redemption report before it ever reached the court." Finch swallowed hard. "She said if I publish the original report, Atlas will ensure I never teach, never publish, and never practice hydrology again. I will be publicly humiliated and professionally erased. I would become the academic equivalent of a ghost." Cal put a hand on Finch's shoulder. "They're trying to buy your allegiance, Alistair, with money they know you don't want, and by threatening the only thing you do value, your work. We knew this would happen. You're the linchpin." "Yes, but look at the cost, Cal. The cost of standing here with you is to lose my legacy, to become a charlatan in the eyes of my peers. That is my currency. That is my price. And if you don't publish, you condemn a whole community." Finch looked up at the granite peaks looming over them. "A community that chose this fight. I chose the truth. I will not compromise the data. I will not revise the report." The next week, the pressure intensified. Vivian Thorne moved into a corporate rental just 10 miles down the road, making her presence a constant, chilling reminder. Cal and Finch finalized their submission, printing 3 sealed, authenticated copies of the hydrogeological fracture report. Cal hid 1 copy in the town vault and kept the other 2 locked in a secure safe in his office. The following morning, Cal woke up to the smell of smoke. It wasn't a forest fire. It was Finch's cabin. Cal raced there, finding the structure engulfed in flames, the heat radiating out in thick, choking waves. The fire crews were already there, but it was too late. The small wooden cabin was a total loss.
Cal found Finch standing across the road wrapped in a blanket, his face pale and marked by soot. "A faulty space heater," Finch muttered, his eyes wide. "They said it was a faulty space heater." "Did they get the report?" Cal asked urgently. "No. I had the digital copies encrypted, and the hard copies were never here. But Cal, my library, my notes, 30 years of field research, it's all gone." Finch looked like a broken doll, the physical destruction reflecting his shattered equilibrium. Later that day, Cal took Finch back to his office, a heavy, secure room in the back of the town hall. He opened the safe and pulled out the remaining 2 copies of the report. "This is the last chance, Alistair," Cal said, holding the reports tightly. "We mail these, certified, by noon tomorrow. We fight with what we have left." Finch nodded, but his gaze was distant, fixed on the smoke and ruin he had just escaped. That night, Cal didn't sleep. He sat in his office, his shotgun leaned against the wall, drinking coffee and watching the static on the old police band radio. He was guarding the reports and the man who created them. At 3 a.m., a sound cut through the silence, the faint click of a lock-picking tool near the back window. Cal moved silently, leveling the shotgun. He flipped the light switch. The intruder froze in the doorway, caught between the safe and the exit. It wasn't one of Atlas's hired guns.
It was Dr. Alistair Finch. He held a small, specialized drilling rig, a silent, high-speed tungsten bit designed to penetrate steel. He had nearly breached the safe where the reports were stored. Cal lowered the shotgun, his heart turning to lead in his chest. "Alistair, what in the hell are you doing?" Finch dropped the drill. It clattered loudly on the wooden floor. He looked at Cal, and the shame in his eyes was absolute, a raw, agonizing betrayal. "I can't do it, Cal," Finch whispered, sinking into a nearby chair, his head in his hands. "Can't do what? You were destroying the reports after everything we went through? After they burned your life to the ground?" Finch choked out the words. "They didn't burn my life, Cal. They burned the cabin. But they still had the dossier. Vivian Thorne met me at the fire line this afternoon. She wasn't gloating. She was offering me a way out, one final time." He looked up, his face stained with tears and soot. "She didn't want me to revise the report. She wanted me to disappear. And then she showed me the leverage. It wasn't the academic takedown. That was the cover story." Finch pulled a folded, crisp sheet of paper from his pocket. It was a recent medical record. "My daughter, Sarah. She's studying abroad. She was in a horrible accident 3 months ago, but the university, the embassy, they covered it up perfectly. Vivian Thorne showed me proof that Sarah is in a private, high-security medical facility in Switzerland, receiving cutting-edge experimental treatment that costs $10,000 a day. Treatment that has zero ethical approval in the U.S., but is her only hope of walking again." Cal stared at the paper, the betrayal melting into a deeper, colder horror. Finch continued, his voice cracking. "Vivian said Atlas owns the hospital's debt. If I destroy the final reports, they guarantee Sarah's full recovery and pay the entirety of the debt anonymously. If I deliver the report to the court, the funding vanishes. Sarah goes home, crippled, with $5 million of uninsured medical debt. The betrayal isn't to you, Cal. The betrayal is to her." This was the true price of allegiance. Atlas wasn't asking him to choose between money and morality, or even between redemption and his career. They were forcing him to choose between his civic duty and his child. "I was going to destroy them tonight, then walk away," Finch admitted, his voice barely audible. "I was going to save her, Cal. I was going to sacrifice redemption to save my daughter." Cal walked to the safe, pulled out the 2 remaining reports, and placed them on the table next to the discarded drill. He looked at the reports, then at the desperate, broken man across from him. "You're right," Cal said quietly. "You have to save your daughter." Finch looked up, bewildered. "What?" "I know the oath, Alistair. I know what we promised. But
But the oath is about protecting life in redemption, not ending it anywhere else. Atlas found your fault line, Alistair, and it isn't in the mountain. It's in your heart. Cal walked over to a heavy iron stove in the corner, the one they used for heat in the brutal Montana winters. He picked up one of the reports. You get your daughter the help she needs. You walk out of here and you never look back. I will handle the town. Finch watched, paralyzed, as Cal slowly opened the iron door of the stove, revealing the glowing red coals within. Cal, don't! We can still fight! We just need time to get another copy, another specialist. We don't have time, Cal interrupted, his voice steady. They've compromised you. If we try to mail this, they will seize it legally or illegally. If they seize it, they get the scientific methodology and they can craft a counterargument that destroys us in court. If we burn it, we deny them the evidence and we buy ourselves time to fight on a different battlefield. Cal held the report over the coals. I'll tell the town you ran. I'll tell them you took the money and betrayed us all. They'll hate you, but your daughter will walk. Finch wept openly. You can't sacrifice yourself like that. They'll crucify you. I'm Sheriff of Redemption, Alistair. That means my allegiance is to the town's survival, not its pride. The battle for the mountain is lost on paper. Now we fight the battle for the people. Cal dropped the first report into the fire. The classified, high-grade paper caught instantly, roaring to life, the flames licking at the century-old iron. Cal watched the evidence, the key to their legal defense, turn to ash. He picked up the second report, placing it gently into Finch's trembling hands. You take this. You don't destroy it. You keep it safe. It is your insurance. If Atlas reneges on the deal for Sarah, you leak this to the Washington Post. It destroys them and it saves your daughter. Do you understand? Your allegiance is to her now. Go. Finch nodded, scrambling to his feet, tucking the report inside his soiled jacket. He looked one last time at the man who had traded his reputation for a child's chance at walking. I am so sorry, Cal. Go, Cal ordered, his days fixed on the burning embers. By 4 a.m., Finch was gone, driving east out of Redemption, leaving behind the smoke of his past. The sun rose on a quiet, cold morning. Cal was waiting in the town hall when Vivian Thorne walked in, dressed immaculately, her smile sharp and triumphant. Sheriff Stone, where is Dr. Finch, and where is the report? Cal gestured to the empty space where the safe had stood ajar, next to the small drill. Dr. Finch betrayed us, took the money, tried to breach the safe to destroy the records, and fled. We recovered no documentation. Vivian's smile faltered, replaced by a calculating look of confusion. The narrative was perfect, but the details were wrong. Finch was supposed to give them the reports, not destroy them. I assure you, Sheriff, we did not pay Dr. Finch. Vivian lied smoothly. I believe you, Cal replied, meeting her days. He was working for a higher offer. He sold us out. The town is unified now. The man who was leading the resistance is a proven liar and a corporate stooge. You have no legal hurdle left to clear. Congratulations, Miss Thorne. You won. Redemption is officially defenseless. Atlas moved in within the month. The bulldozers arrived, the noise echoing through the mountain valley, replacing the silence that had defined Redemption for a century. The town fought, but without the legal leverage of Finch's report, they were powerless against the eminent domain proceedings that followed. Cal Stone stood by the oath he took. He protected the people. He led the community to a new, smaller valley 30 miles away, brokering a deal for the land and using the small trust fund the town still held. In the eyes of the media and the state, Cal Stone was the flawed hero who almost saved his town, undone by the betrayal of his scientist. In the small new town of Redemption's Echo, built with rough-hewn timber and the bitter memory of what they had lost, Cal looked up at the barren peak where their old home once stood. The mountain was scarred, the mining operations visible miles away. He never heard from Finch again, but 2 years later he saw a photo on the cover of a national science magazine.
Dr. Alistair Finch was the lead author on a landmark paper on hydrogeological stability, funded by a major anonymous academic grant. In a smaller photo below, a young woman in a graduation gown stood beside him, smiling radiantly, holding a diploma, standing perfectly straight. The price of allegiance had been paid, not by the sellout, but by the sheriff who chose compassion over principle, and the town that chose survival over history. Cal remained in Redemption's echo, the quiet guardian of a new beginning, forever carrying the invisible, heavy weight of a secret betrayal he had orchestrated to save a child. He never regretted burning the evidence. The oath was broken, but humanity had survived.
Chapter 10. Against the Tide, The Last Stand. The air in Port Huron smelled like salt, pine, and imminent failure. Sarah, Sal Jensen, stood on the weathered planks of the Jensen family oyster dock, the tide already pulling low and gray from the mudflats of the Puget Sound. For 6 generations, the Jensen family had drawn their living from the waters of the Herald's Passage, nurturing the delicate ecosystem of the estuary, cultivating the world-renowned Port Huron Blue Point oyster. Now, the federal government had cleared the way for the Ethel Project, and in 3 days, Sal would lose everything. Sal, 38, was built for resilience, broad-shouldered from years working the tides, with eyes the color of the deep, cold water she loved. She held a PhD in marine biology, earned a decade ago when she thought she would study the world's oceans, only to be called home by her father's failing health and the farm's slow economic decline. She had traded laboratory research for the visceral, demanding work of a small business owner, defending the small legacy her ancestors had built with grit and seawater. The Ethel Project was a massive $15 billion undertaking by the global technology conglomerate Stratus Tech. It was touted as a vital national infrastructure hub, a deep-sea data center and sustainable energy facility utilizing the passage's powerful currents for cooling and power generation. Stratus Tech's narrative was all about progress, cleaner energy, faster data, American dominance in the next technological revolution. The reality, as Sal knew it, was devastation. The project required dredging a floor of the passage to lay kilometer-long power cables and install colossal submerged cooling arrays. This would churn up a century's worth of benthic sediment, bury the mudflats, the nursery of the oysters, and irrevocably alter the delicate salinity balance of the entire estuary. The Blue Point oysters would die, and with them, Port Huron. They had fought every way they knew how. They hired lawyers who cited environmental protection acts. They marshaled scientists who presented irrefutable data on biodiversity loss. They had protested on the steps of the state legislature, a handful of fishermen against a tide of corporate lobbyists, and they had lost. The final court ruling handed down last week cited paramount national security interest and unavoidable economic necessity. Stratus Tech had won the legal battle. Now they were sending the first dredger, the Mjolnir, a monstrous vessel that looked like a floating factory, scheduled to arrive at the passage entrance in 72 hours. This was the crossroads. The town had been given a clear message: go quietly, accept the buyout, or be crushed. The town meeting that night was held in the old cannery, a vast, echoing space where the scent of iodine and fish meal clung to the ceiling beams. Only 20 people showed up, the core survivors of the 6-month fight. The rest had already accepted the buyouts and left, trading the hard work of the tide for the comfort of a corporate check. Sal stood before them, the firelight from the ancient wood stove flickering across her resolved face. "The law has failed us," Sal said, her voice clear and carrying across the empty room. "Stratus Tech is coming. They bought the politicians, they confused the judges, and they have the military's unspoken backing. If we let the Mjolnir start dredging, it's over. We have 72 hours until they reach the legal starting line, 2 kilometers past the lighthouse." Old Man Tiber, a grizzled fisherman who had taught Sal's grandfather how to tie a proper bowline, shook his head sadly. We can't fight a ship that size, Sal. We'll be arrested. Find out of existence. We are a handful of aging boats and a protest sign. We are more than that, Tiber, Sal countered. We are the experts in this water. We know its rhythms, its life, and its weaknesses better than any Stratus Tech engineer with a spreadsheet. Their plan is mathematically perfect, but ecologically blind. Sal walked to a large whiteboard where she had taped a complex diagram of the estuary, marking the deep currents, the oyster beds, and the crucial point where the cooling arrays were to be installed, right over the heart of the Zostera marina seagrass meadows. They're operating under the assumption that we, the locals, are nothing but a nuisance, Sal explained. They expect a few kayaks and maybe some arrests. They don't expect a strategy. She pointed to the diagram. Stratus Tech's installation timeline is hyper-aggressive. They must lay the primary cable and anchor the arrays within a 5-day window before the tidal cycle shifts and the currents become too dangerous for their deep-water robotics. If they miss that window, they lose millions a day, and the cost becomes punitive. So what's the plan? Asked Marta, a young woman who ran the town's only marine repair shop. Sal looked at the 20 faces, tired, scared, but still holding the flame of their community oath. We execute the sinking sanctuary protocol. It is the last stand, and it requires us to use what we spent a century protecting against the very people who would destroy it. The plan was audacious, dangerous, and reliant on a scientific phenomenon only known to the locals, the winter oyster bloom. The Port Huron blue point oyster, Crossostrea gigas herardi, had a unique temperature-sensitive reproductive cycle. During the cold, stable conditions of the late fall, before the major storms hit, the oysters entered a critical mass spawning event, triggered by a subtle combination of lunar pull and water temperature fluctuations. This event released trillions of microscopic larvae, a milky, nutrient-rich cloud that was the engine of the entire ecosystem. Sal's sinking sanctuary plan was simple: force the bloom early and contaminate the proposed dredging site with the bloom mass. Stratus Tech's primary concern wasn't environmentalism, it was technology integrity. The deep-sea data hub relied on pristine, cold water for optimal cooling efficiency. The presence of massive amounts of microscopic biological material, a dense, sticky organic bloom, would rapidly clog the multi-million-dollar cooling intakes and instantly shut down the facility. The sheer volume of the larvae would require weeks of specialized cleaning, destroying Stratus Tech's 5-day timeline and throwing the entire $15 billion project into disarray. The legality of the act was dubious, but the town's argument would be simple. They were protecting their crop, their food source, and their primary economic driver from imminent destruction. The clock ticked down. 48 hours remaining. The next 2 days were a flurry of feverish, clandestine activity. Sal and her crew worked the oyster rafts, harvesting not for market, but for the fight. They used small submersible pumps and hoses, quietly accumulating hundreds of gallons of concentrated, spawning-ready oyster broodstock, the biological ammunition for their last stand. Marta, meanwhile, turned her repair shop into a war room. Her task was to modify 3 old rugged fishing skiffs, the Persephone, the Salt Wrench, and the Tiberius, equipping them with powerful directional water cannon nozzles salvaged from an old firefighting vessel. These cannons would be used to pump the concentrated broodstock into the exact coordinates of the planned cable trench. With 12 hours left, the Mjolnir arrived at the mouth of the Herald's Passage. It was enormous, a floating city of steel, generators, and surveillance gear. Its presence immediately cast a shadow over the town. Sal received a final message from Stratus Tech's on-site legal liaison, a man named Mr. Hayes, who was running the operation from a command barge near the lighthouse. "Dr. Jensen," the voice crackled over the radio, calm and condescending, "we understand your frustration. We've increased the hardship fund allocation to account for the inconvenience. Our operations will begin at 0800 tomorrow as planned. We advise you to keep all vessels clear of the exclusion zone." "Hayes," Sal replied, watching the imposing silhouette of the dredger from her dock,
We're not looking for a hardship fund. We're looking for a future. The future is digital, Dr. Jensen. Your future, unfortunately, is obsolete. At 0700 the next morning, the sun broke over the passage, illuminating the field of battle. The Mjolnir had moved into the exclusion zone, its massive articulated arm hanging over the water, ready to bite into the seabed. The security was tight. 3 fast, rigid-hull inflatable boats, RHIBs, circled the perimeter, manned by armed private contractors. The Stratostech command barge sat nearby, broadcasting warnings and threats of immediate arrest. At 0730, Sal gave the signal. 3 small, unassuming fishing skiffs, the Persephone, the Salt Wrench, and the Tiberius, burst from the sheltered cove behind the docks. They weren't fast, but they were maneuverable, riding low and heavy with the cargo of broodstock. Sal piloted the Persephone, Tiber commanded the Tiberius, and Marta steered the Salt Ranch.
The RHIBs reacted instantly, cutting through the water toward them. "This is the Ethel Project security vessel," the loudspeaker blared. "You are violating a federally sanctioned exclusion zone. Turn your vessels around immediately or face boarding and legal action." Sal ignored the threat, pushing the throttle of the Persephone to its limit, heading for the marker buoy that designated the main cable trench coordinates. "They're moving too fast," one of Sal's crew yelled. "Stay on course," Sal shouted back. "If we scatter, we lose. We hit the center point, we bloom, and we buy us the time we need." The first RHIB intercepted the Tiberius, pulling alongside. 2 guards, clad in black, attempted to board. Tiber, a man who had faced 40-foot seas, wasn't easily intimidated. He wielded a large gaff hook, not as a weapon, but as a deterrent, maneuvering his heavy boat to make boarding impossible. Meanwhile, Sal and Marta sped toward the center. The second RHIB caught up to the Persephone. A guard jumped, landing heavily on Sal's deck. Sal didn't fight him physically. She slammed the wheel, throwing the RHIB off balance and sending the second guard tumbling into the churning wake. The guard on her deck lunged for the ignition key. "Hold that thought," Sal grunted. She reached down, pulling a lever connected to a secondary switch. With a mighty roar, the fire hose nozzle fixed to the bow of the Persephone activated. It wasn't water. It was the dense, milky, concentrated oyster broodstock released under immense pressure. The nozzle, aimed not at the guard but at the water, sprayed a thick, opaque cloud directly into the path of the Mjolnir's massive cooling intake structure, which was already beginning its submersion process. The guard stopped struggling, staring in disbelief at the biological chaos Sal had unleashed. "What in God's name is that?" he yelled over the sound of the pumps. "The tide, friend," Sal yelled back. "It's the tide." Marta's boat, the Salt Wrench, reached the target zone next, followed by Tiber's Tiberius, which had managed to evade the first security detail. They positioned their skiffs, unleashing their full payloads of the concentrated larvae, transforming the deep, clear water of the cable trench into a thick, biological soup. On the command barge, Mr. Hayes watched the spectacle unfold on his sonar and heat mapping screens. The microscopic life forms were clouding the water, but they weren't the real problem. The problem was the sheer, unforeseen density of the organic material. "Status report," Hayes demanded into his comms. "Sir, the primary cooling intakes for Array Alpha are registering a catastrophic flow restriction. The filters are clogging instantly. We are exceeding all turbidity and biological density tolerances. We have to abort the submersion sequence." The Mjolnir's articulated arm, just inches from the seabed, froze. The entire deployment sequence ground to a halt. Hayes stared at the image of the 3 small, battered fishing boats circling his multi-billion-dollar operation. He didn't see fishermen. He saw saboteurs who had deployed a uniquely biological weapon. "Arrest them immediately! Seize the biological matter for evidence!" Hayes screamed. The security RHIBs, now focused on capture, descended on the skiffs. Sal, Tiber, and Marta were quickly apprehended, their engines cut and their boats towed back to the command barge. They were cuffed and brought before Hayes,
who was purple with rage. You have committed an act of economic terrorism, Dr. Jensen. You have contaminated a national infrastructure site with biological agents. You will face federal charges for this. Sal stood tall, unfazed by the threat of handcuffs and prison time. She was cold, damp, and perfectly calm. "We haven't committed terrorism, Mr. Hayes," she stated, looking him directly in the eye. "We protected our crop. This isn't toxic waste. It's Chrysostria gigas heraldae broodstock, highly valuable, protected property. We were merely preventing your dredging operation, which would have destroyed the beds, from destroying our inventory. We are protecting our private property. It's clogging our systems. It's shutting down the Ethel Project. Then your system is flawed, Mr. Hayes. Your $15 billion solution is incompatible with $20 oysters. You designed a machine that can't handle life. And life, Mr. Hayes, always finds a way to stand its ground." Hayes knew the disaster was massive. The bloom would spread with the tide, and the cleanup would be arduous, expensive, and require a full environmental review they had successfully skirted the first time. The 5-day window was already missed. Stratos Tech's aggressive timeline was shattered by a handful of dedicated townspeople and their reproductive marine life. The last stand of the fight against the tide was not fought on the water, but in the media and the political arena. Sal and the others were released on bail, facing a daunting array of charges. But the damage had been done. The environmental review, now forced by the biological contamination, revealed the depth of Stratos Tech's previous obfuscation. The headline on the Seattle Times read, "Oyster Bloom Sinks Tech Giant. Locals Use Marine Life to Force Review of the Ethel Project." The story went viral, a David versus Goliath narrative where microscopic mollusks defeated a powerful conglomerate. The public outrage, fueled by the environmental review results, forced the state legislature to reconsider its position. 6 months later, the Ethel Project was not dead, but it was drastically altered. The contamination delay led to a full re-permitting process, during which Sal and her coalition fought tirelessly. They managed to enforce an environmental impact clause so restrictive that Stratos Tech had to entirely redesign the project. The deep-sea data hub was moved 20 miles offshore to a less ecologically sensitive area, and the cooling arrays were replaced with a passive, closed-loop system that would not interfere with the benthic life. The cost to Stratos Tech was astronomical, but the passage was saved. Sal stood once more on the Jensen dock, the low tide revealing the rich, dark mud flats. The oysters were thriving. She looked out at the water, no longer seeing the shadow of the Mjolnir, but the promise of another harvest. She never became the global marine researcher she once envisioned. She was something more vital, the fierce guardian of a small, necessary place. She had learned that the most powerful form of resistance is not always strength, but a profound local knowledge of where the life of the land or the life of the sea truly resides. The people of Port Heron had chosen their allegiance, and by standing against the tide, they had held the line, ensuring that the rhythm of the heart, measured in the slow, silent growth of the Port Heron Blue Point, could continue to beat against the deafening hum of the digital age.
Chapter 11. The Moment of Truth on Hallowed Ground. The cemetery of Harmony Creek, North Carolina, was not famous for its grand monuments or the celebrated figures interred beneath its moss-draped oaks. It was famous only for its endurance. For 300 years, since the earliest settlers laid their dead to rest on a small bluff overlooking the Atlantic, the land had remained untouched, a testament to a foundational belief. The dead owned the land, and the living were merely their custodians. This small, windswept parcel of hallowed ground was the final insurmountable obstacle in the path of the Coastal Development Authority, CDA's $4 billion initiative to build the largest container port on the eastern seaboard. Standing amidst the graves was Dr. Elias Vance, the man whose ancestors lay scattered here and whose recent dramatic career shift had baffled his former colleagues on Wall Street. Vance, now 40, had traded his senior investment strategist title for the worn leather gloves of a historical preservationist. He had left the sterile heights of Chicago after inheriting his great-aunt's ancient coastal cottage, only to find himself not in tranquil solitude, but in the trenches of a bitter local war. The CDA, backed by powerful political interests, had successfully seized every acre surrounding Harmony Creek, using eminent domain and complex land swaps. They had offered the town a massive settlement to relocate the cemetery, promising a respectful, modernized memorial park miles inland. Every legal avenue had been exhausted, and every political appeal had failed. The final non-negotiable deadline for the relocation, and thus the start of the bulldozers, was 1 week away. The one thing the CDA could not touch, however, was the cemetery itself, thanks to a unique and ancient colonial-era land grant known as the Covenant of the Anchor. This covenant, ratified in 1702, stipulated that the cemetery could not be dissolved or moved unless every single traceable descendant of the original interred families provided signed, notarized consent. The CDA estimated the number of descendants at over 15,000, scattered across the entire country, many unknown or lost to history. It was an administrative impossibility, designed to protect the integrity of the ground forever. Elias, who traced his lineage back to 2 of the earliest families, was one of the last holdouts. He wasn't resisting for money. He was fighting because he had finally found something that mattered more than profit margins: roots. He now understood the echoes of the old world, the profound importance of continuity and place. The CDA's chief representative, Ms. Petra Sloan, was the epitome of calculated progress. Sloan, clad in razor-sharp business attire, viewed Elias not as a moral opponent, but as a solvable engineering problem. She met Elias near the crumbling stone wall of the cemetery, where the CDA had already erected temporary chain-link fencing. "Mr. Vance," Sloan said, her voice a polished veneer of politeness, "we've increased our offer again. A $10 million endowment for the Harmony Creek Historical Trust, plus a dedicated memorial square at the new port, named after your family line. Just sign the consent for relocation." Elias ran his hand over the worn granite of a 1780 headstone, marking the grave of an ancestor lost at sea. "Miss Sloan, this ground isn't just dirt and stones, it's the physical history of this town. Every life, every loss, every memory that built this community is right here. Moving it breaks the continuity. It breaks the promise." "It's sentimentality, Dr. Vance. Valuable sentimentality worth $10 million, Sloan countered, tapping her tablet. "Your family signed the covenant to protect the land from outside aggression. We are internal development, vital for the region's economy. And frankly, the longer you hold out, the more people in this state see you as the sole obstacle to thousands of jobs." "Then let them look," Elias said, turning away. "The Covenant of the Anchor requires all descendants. Find them, get their signatures, and the land is yours. Until then, you wait." Sloan's eyes narrowed. "We have the vast majority. We've hired a team of genealogists who have worked non-stop. We've identified the final group of holdouts, about 20 families who refused our initial contact. If we can secure just 2 more major family lines, the legal argument shifts, and we can petition the state Supreme Court to invalidate the covenant on the grounds of administrative impossibility and overwhelming public interest. Good luck." Elias knew the CDA was close. They were relentless, resourceful, and had access to every public and commercial database in the country. He felt the weight of history on his shoulders, a single man standing against a massive, unstoppable machine. Elias's own resistance relied on a secret he had uncovered in his great-aunt Isolde's coded journal, the same one that held the map to the Echo. Isolde had written extensively about the Covenant of the Anchor and its history. She revealed that the covenant was secured by the leaders of the original 7 founding families, who had hidden a failsafe, a physical symbol of their collective will on the property.
Isolde's note, tucked into the spine of a ledger, read, "When the shadows lengthen and the promise is forgotten, the stone will rise at the convergence of the seven, and the covenant shall speak." Elias had spent weeks painstakingly mapping the earliest grave sites, the seven patriarchs of the founding families. They were arranged in a perfect 300-year-old circle, obscured by time and overgrown ivy. He used a combination of the stars Ronan had carved on his wooden map and modern satellite GPS data, confirming that the grave sites formed a septagram, or seven-pointed star, with its exact center point located precisely under the enormous, ancient white oak that dominated the middle of the cemetery. The spot was directly between the headstones of the Vance and O'Connell families. This was the hallowed ground of the covenant, the center of the founder's promise. He believed that the stone referenced in Isolde's note was a literal object, buried at the nexus of the seven graves. If he could retrieve and publicly present this artifact, whatever it was, it might provide the last piece of legal or moral leverage needed to halt the process, or at least buy him enough time to find the remaining descendants. The moment of truth arrived with a crisp autumn afternoon, precisely 48 hours before the deadline. Elias had been working quietly at the base of the massive white oak, using a small, handheld post-hole digger. He knew he was violating cemetery protocol, but the need was critical. His movements were slow, careful, and deliberate, respecting the sanctity of the soil. Just as the sun began to sink toward the horizon, casting the long, accusing shadows a note had predicted, the digger struck something hard and flat about 4 feet down. He worked frantically, brushing away the centuries of wet soil. He uncovered a large, flat slab of local slate, intricately etched. It wasn't a headstone. The slate was about 3 feet long, polished smooth by groundwater. Etched deeply into its surface were 7 interlocking family seals, forming the same septagram pattern as the graves. In the center, there was a single word etched in bold, archaic script: sanctuary.
Elias leaned back, breathing heavily. He had found the stone. It was a physical deed, a symbolic declaration of the space's permanent status. Just then, 2 black SUVs, unmarked but instantly recognizable as CDA security, pulled up sharply on the access road. Ms. Sloan stepped out, accompanied by 2 large security personnel and a man in a rumpled suit carrying a document case, the chief genealogist. "Dr. Vance," Sloan called out, walking quickly toward the oak, "we are here for a final, constructive conversation. Our team has had a breakthrough." Elias quickly covered the stone with the canvas tarp he carried and stood over the hole, hiding the disturbed earth with his body. "I have nothing more to say, Miss Sloan." "You don't need to," she replied, a cold smile forming on her lips. "Our genealogist, Mr. Davies, has tracked down the last major holdout, the descendants of the McGregor line. They are a large family based in Austin, Texas. We secured the final signatures this morning. Legally, we now have verifiable consent from 98.4% of all traceable descendants, representing 6 of the 7 founding families. Your lone family line, the Vances, is the only one still actively resisting." Sloan pulled a sealed injunction from the briefcase. "This document, which is being filed electronically right now, petitions the court to override the covenant based on 2 principles: the overwhelming public interest and the near unanimous consent. We expect approval within 24 hours." She paused, allowing the weight of her victory to settle. "We are not here to arrest you, Dr. Vance. We are here to give you one last chance to exit with dignity. Sign this form, and the $10 million is wired tonight. If you refuse, the court will rule against you, and you will receive nothing but the contempt of the entire eastern seaboard, plus a large bill for the delayed construction." This was the moment of truth. Elias looked at the smug confidence of Sloan, the heavy authority of the security guards, and felt the solid certainty of the ancient slate beneath his feet. The modern world had presented its full force. demanding that he surrender his ancestry for its convenience. "You're missing something, Miss Sloane," Elias said, his voice steady, carrying the new grounded authority he had found in the silence of the old cottage. "And what might that be, Dr. Vance? A moral argument? I assure you we've heard them all." "No, not a moral argument, a legal one. You secured 6 families. You said you needed all 7. Sloane laughed softly. "The covenant says all traceable descendants. With 6 out of 7 major lines and 98.4% of the signatures, we've fulfilled the spirit of the law, and the court will agree. You are the last token resistor." Elias shook his head. "You said you traced the McGregor line, correct? That's 6 families, but you forgot one, the O'Connell line." Sloane blinked, confused. "The O'Connells are extinct, Dr. Vance. They died out with Isolde O'Connell, your great-aunt. We verified her probate and the lack of other heirs. The line is closed, meaning the required consent is null." "Wrong," Elias stated, stepping back from the hole. He knelt down and pulled the canvas tarp away, revealing the slate stone with the 7 seals. "Ronan O'Connell, the shipwright, was my great-grandfather. Isolde was my great-aunt, and I am his great-grandson. When I inherited Isolde's estate, the O'Connell line didn't end. It merged into the Vance line." Elias straightened up, holding the slate high so the setting sun caught the etched word sanctuary. "You need consent from every traceable descendant of every founding family. The original covenant stated that the O'Connell property, the cottage, the lane, and the land down to the tide line, is, legally and symbolically, the physical heart of the O'Connell branch. And Isolde O'Connell, knowing this day would come, left the final piece of the covenant to me." He pulled the heavy brass key, Ronan's North Star, from his pocket, holding it next to the slate. "This is not just a symbol," Elias continued, projecting his voice over the rising wind. "It is a physical, legally documented artifact, the Stone of the Covenant, stating that this place remains sanctuary. The original deed states that the final word on the covenant of the anchor rests with the guardian of the stone, and I am the sole remaining descendant who holds the Vance title, and the sole heir to the O'Connell legacy. I have the final controlling interest." Sloane's composure finally broke. Her face went pale as she realized the massive, complex legal loophole. The CDA's genealogists had focused on numbers and percentages, dismissing the O'Connell line as closed without considering the specific inheritance structure that had consolidated the final decision in one man. Elias Vance wasn't just a Vance, he was the anchor itself. "This is a manufactured artifact, a novelty. We will contest this," Sloane stammered, pointing at the slate. "You can contest it," Elias agreed, "but tonight I take this stone to the state Supreme Court. Your injunction relies on the argument that the covenant is administratively impossible to fulfill. I am proving, right here, right now, that it is possible, but that the answer is no." He looked at the 2 security men, who shifted uncomfortably. "This is a registered cemetery, designated hallowed ground. Any attempt to seize this artifact or interfere with my egress is felony desecration of a gravesite, in addition to assault. Your orders are to wait until the legal filing is complete. Mine is to protect the stone." He looked at Ms. Sloane, a strange mix of pity and triumph in his eyes. He wasn't the cynical, fast-moving financial shark she expected. He was a man who had slowed down enough to listen to the echoes of his past, and in doing so, he had found the unshakable foundation he needed to win. The CDA's injunction failed in court the next day. The judge, presented with the ancient stone and Elias's clear, documented lineage of merged family lines, ruled that the covenant of the anchor remained legally binding. The court stated that the historical importance of the ground, validated by the unique artifact, outweighed the economic convenience of the development. The container port was built, but it had to be radically redesigned, shifted half a mile north, respecting the boundary of the cemetery. The compromise cost the CDA hundreds of millions in delays and redesigns. Elias Vance never returned to Chicago. He became the unlikely, quiet hero of Harmony Creek, dedicating his inherited endowment money to restoring the old cemetery. He never regretted leaving the high-speed life behind. The moment of truth was not a sudden confrontation, but the quiet, slow work of tracing history, listening for the sound of the tide, and finally standing firm on hallowed ground to honor a promise made 3 centuries ago. The dead of Harmony Creek would continue to hold the line, guarded by their most recent descendant, the man who had traded the digital future for the resonant power of the past.
Chapter 12. The Choice That Defines a Legacy. Ilara, Ellie Thorne, stood on the 95th floor of the Manhattan high-rise, looking out over the geometric perfection of her domain. The world below was a silent, organized grid. At 32, she was the youngest senior partner at Atlas Global Capital, a firm that specialized in asset dissolution and strategic acquisition. She excelled at stripping value from the old to build the new, a process she termed creative deconstruction. Her legacy was already defined. She was a closer, a relentless architect of the future. But today, the perfect grid of Manhattan felt dissonant. In her hand, she held a photograph, a grainy, sepia-toned image of a fishing schooner being launched in a small bay, flanked by 2 immense, gnarled oak trees. This was the Thorne shipyard in Port Blossom, Maine, and the schooner was the Sea Witch, built by her great-grandfather. Ellie hadn't visited Port Blossom in a decade. Her grandfather, Elias Thorne, a man made of oak and salt, had run the shipyard until his death 2 months ago. The yard was the last independent wooden shipbuilding facility on the entire New England coast, specializing in custom yachts and antique restoration. Elias had been stubbornly analog, refusing to modernize or expand, clinging to the traditions of the trade like a barnacle to a hull. And now, the yard was Ellie's problem. The problem wasn't sentimental, it was financial. The yard sat on 15 acres of prime coastal real estate, worth an estimated $30 million. But the business itself, the tools, the lumber, the half-finished hulls, was losing money steadily. The solution presented itself in the form of Merrick Development, a luxury resort conglomerate. They wanted the land for a 5-star hotel and marina. Their offer was aggressive. $50 million, conditional on a clean, immediate transfer of the property, meaning every historical structure had to be razed and every last piece of the business liquidated. This deal would grant Ellie a financial independence so vast it was almost absurd. It would instantly define her professional legacy as one of immense personal success. Ellie flew to Port Blossom the next day. The transition from the sterile efficiency of Manhattan to the organic chaos of the shipyard was jarring. The yard smelled like brine, sawdust, and hot pitch. It was a cathedral of chaos. Tools hung on pegboards, worn smooth by generations of hands, and immense stacked planks of aged mahogany and cedar were curing under massive tarps. And in the main boat shed, a breathtakingly complex 70-foot custom hull named the Ironwood Prophecy sat half-finished on its cradle, dwarfing the room. The foreman, Finn O'Malley, met her at the office door. Finn was 45, with hands scarred by labor and a skepticism etched deep around his eyes. He had worked for Elias since he was 16. "Miss Thorne," his voice was clipped and cool. "The Merrick people called again. They're ready to start demolition next week." "They'll have to wait, Finn," Ellie said, taking in the faded ledgers and the ancient ticking regulator clock on the wall. "I need to review the assets first." "The assets are right there," Finn said, gesturing toward the ironwood prophecy. A year of work, 40,000 man-hours, 100,000 board feet of rare lumber, and if we don't finish her, she's worthless. Ellie looked at the hull. It was magnificent. Even her analytical mind could appreciate the impossible grace of the lines, the way the dark wood flowed like frozen water. But beauty didn't pay the payroll. "What's the status on the prophecy?" Ellie asked, flipping open Elias's last ledger. Elias was building her for Mr. Dubois, a client in the Caribbean. A 5-year project, total cost overruns included, was budgeted at $12 million. We have about 4 months of work left, but all the critical proprietary knowledge, the keel to mast alignment, the rigging plan, was in Elias's head or in notes only he could read. Ellie looked at the final page of the ledger. Elias had written only one line in his strong, looping hand. The choice that defines a legacy is not found in the balance sheet, but in the grain. Ellie decided to stay for the week. She couldn't sell a complex asset without fully understanding its flaws. She began to treat the shipyard like a distressed company she was auditing. She interviewed the crew, 3 aging master craftsmen who spoke a dialect of carpentry and sailing only they understood, and 2 young apprentices who were clearly there more out of reverence for Elias than for any hope of a future career. What she discovered wasn't inefficiency. It was a completely different metric of value. The wood they used wasn't bought from a lumberyard. It was salvaged, aged, and treated by a process Elias had developed over 50 years. The tools weren't modern hydraulic lifts. They were finely tuned, hand-forged instruments. Chisels, adzes, and planes that seemed to breathe life into the wood. The crew was not a collection of laborers, they were a collective memory. One afternoon, she found Finn in a small, dusty loft, staring at a wall covered with hundreds of tiny, intricate blueprints. "What is all this?" Ellie asked. "This is Elias's library," Finn replied. "This isn't just a business, Miss Thorne. It's an irreplaceable archive. Every vessel built here since 1910, their specific stresses, their alignments, the perfect curve of every rib. It's all here. When these ships run into trouble anywhere in the world, the owners come back to us because only we know their soul." Ellie was a woman who dealt in abstracts, shares, bonds, and derivatives. Here, everything was solid, tangible, and rooted in specific geometry. "Finn, look at the numbers," Ellie said, pulling out her tablet. "The operational burn rate is $40,000 a month. The Dubois contract is delayed. We're losing money to keep the lights on. The Merrick offer fixes all of that. It's a clean break, and it provides enough capital to set up every person here for life." Finn looked at the perfect glowing tablet, then at the dust on his hands. "You think money fixes everything? Ellie, your grandfather used to say that a bank account is just numbers, but a boat you build with integrity, that's a line drawn against the sea. That lasts a century. If you sell this, you don't just sell the land, you sell the expertise, the memory, and the future of 2 young men who believe in a world where things are built to last." He pointed to the ironwood prophecy. "That boat? It's named after a rare ancient wood that hardens the more it's exposed to the sea. The ship is a metaphor for the yard. You take the money, and you are not just destroying a business, you are cutting the last limb off the family tree." Ellie's choice was paralyzing because both paths led to a legacy. Selling the yard was Atlas Capital legacy. Immense, liquid, and undeniable success. Saving the yard was Thorne legacy. Ephemeral, risky, and defined only by the continued existence of a craft. The turning point came when she finally forced herself to explore the ironwood prophecy. She climbed the makeshift wooden ladder into the hull. Inside, the air was warm, rich with the scent of tropical hardwoods. The light streamed in through the open framework, illuminating the interior structure. It was in the bow that she found it, a small, hidden hatch, covered by a plank that was almost perfectly matched to the hull's curve. She pried it open and found a small iron box. Inside was a stack of letters addressed to her, sealed with Elias's signet. She read the letters over the next 2 hours, sitting on the dusty floor of the shipyard. They weren't a will or a final confession, they were lessons. My dear Alara, if you are reading this, I am gone and the sea has shifted beneath you. You are a builder of empires, but you use paper and ink. I used wood and time. I know the Merrick men will be circling. They will offer you mountains of gold for the dust beneath your feet, and it will be your hardest choice, because they are offering you exactly the kind of success you were taught to revere. Elias spoke of the Ironwood prophecy not as a job, but as a test. The plans for the ship were deliberately incomplete in the ledger. The most critical structural component, the whisper joint that connected the keel to the mast step, was missing. The whisper joint, Alara, is the soul of the ship. It requires the builder to listen to the wood itself, not the dimensions on a page. The secret of the joint is hidden in the yard, not written down, but woven into the structure. If you find it, you can finish the ship. If you cannot find it, you must let it go. That is the choice that defines your legacy, whether you can see the value that resists definition.
The letters confirmed Ellie's suspicion. The shipyard was deliberately designed to filter out anyone who prioritized capital over craft. Ellie called Merrick Development that evening. The deal is paused indefinitely. The Merrick VP was furious. You are walking away from $50 million. Your grandfather was crazy, but you, Miss Thorne, are supposed to be an adult. I am an adult, Mr. Harrison, and I'm auditing the assets. Until I understand the full value of the Ironwood prophecy, the land is off the table. The challenge was not to find a blueprint, but to find a memory. The whisper joint was a piece of proprietary knowledge, a subtle, specific technique for joining two pieces of wood so seamlessly that they behaved as one, especially under the immense torsion of the mast. Ellie realized that Elias hadn't hidden the answer. He had expressed it in the only language he knew. She returned to the loft and the archives. She studied the old blueprints, not for dimensions, but for patterns. She saw repetitive motifs in the way the ships were framed. A specific curvature on the main deck beam, a certain angle of the shear planks. Everything was in 7-degree increments, tied to a lunar cycle Elias tracked, not a standard rulebook. He used to talk about the shadow of the 7, Finn recalled, watching Ellie pore over the old schematics. He said the shadow of the ship, when the sun hit it at the solstice, contained the key. The breakthrough came when Ellie reread the first letter from Elias. The choice that defines a legacy is not found in the balance sheet, but in the grain. She went back to the yard, seeking the grain, the physical signature of Elias's work. She walked through the old sheds, smelling the stored lumber, touching the tools. She noticed a pair of massive, gnarled oak trees, the same ones from the old photograph, that stood near the shoreline, their roots gripping the granite. They had been protected by the Thorne family since the 17th century. Elias used to call them the sentinels. The sentinel oaks were too old and precious to cut, but Ellie realized they weren't just scenery. They were the reference point. She remembered a recurring, oddly shaped knot in the custom-milled white oak used for the prophecy's framing, a signature defect Elias hadn't removed. She had dismissed it as a builder's oversight. Ellie looked from the knot in the hull to the sentinel oak, and then she looked at the specialized hand-forged tools hung on the wall, the adzes Elias had custom-made. The specific curve of the blade on Elias's favorite adze exactly matched the curve of the knot's grain pattern. Ellie gasped. The knot in the wood was not a defect, it was a three-dimensional model. It was the negative space, the shadow of the joint. She showed Finn. His eyes, usually filled with weary resignation, widened. "That's it," Finn whispered, touching the knot. "He taught us to feel the wood, never to force it. The grain doesn't lie. He used the knot's weakness to define the joint's strength. It's an anti-pattern. Only a man who spent 70 years touching this wood could have known that."
Ellie, the woman who had spent her life optimizing cash flow and streamlining processes, had just solved an engineering problem using natural imperfections and ancestral memory. The choice was no longer about money. It was about the kind of person she wanted to be. If she sold, she gained the $50 million and the professional affirmation of her peers. She would cement the legacy of the Atlas partner: ruthless efficiency, maximum profit. If she stayed, she risked everything. She would have to finish the Ironwood Prophecy, a project far beyond her skill set, and then somehow pivot the struggling business into a viable modern venture, preserving the expertise while paying the bills. She chose the wood. Ellie called Merrick Development one final time. "The yard is not for sale." "You just threw away $40 million, Harrison bellowed. "No," Ellie replied, standing next to Finn and the looming hull. "I just invested it in a different currency." The next 4 months were the hardest of her life. She officially quit Atlas Global, sending shockwaves through Wall Street. The firm saw her action as a form of self-sabotage, a betrayal of their entire capitalist ethos. In Port Blossom, Ellie worked. She didn't pick up a chisel, but she did what she was uniquely qualified to do: sustained the memory. She used her analytical skills to digitize Elias's archives, creating a database of every historical blueprint. She used her network to secure small custom restoration contracts from wealthy clients who valued authenticity over speed. She leveraged her financial training to set up the yard as a non-profit foundation, attracting grants dedicated to preserving traditional maritime skills. Most importantly, she worked with Finn and the 2 apprentices, learning the rhythms of the yard. She learned to identify the wood by scent, to hear the subtle tension in the frame, and to respect the time it took for a vessel to find its true shape. On a crisp spring morning, the Ironwood Prophecy was ready for launch. It was the same schooner from the old photograph, a vessel built for speed, resilience, and beauty. Mr. Dubois, the client, a stoic old man, watched as the ship was slowly moved from the shed toward the water. "Miss Thorne," Dubois said, approaching her, "when your grandfather died, I assumed the project would fail. I prepared my lawyers for a lawsuit." "We finished it, Mr. Dubois," Ellie said, brushing a stray piece of sawdust from her sweater. "You finished it with integrity," he corrected her. "I have heard the stories. You sacrificed a fortune for this. Why?" Ellie looked at the ship, then back at the Sentinel Oaks, and finally at Finn, whose face was alight with pride. "My grandfather wrote that the choice that defines a legacy is not found in the balance sheet, but in the grain. I chose the grain. I chose to build something that lasts." The Ironwood Prophecy slid into the deep blue water of Port Blossom with a perfect, quiet splash. It floated with an undeniable balance, a testament to the unseen whisper joint holding its soul together. Ellie didn't become a master shipwright. She became the anchor, the business mind that protected the ancient craft. Her legacy was not defined by the size of the deal she closed, but by the magnitude of the deal she refused. She had chosen the echoes of the old world over the noise of the new. And in that choice, she finally found the rhythm of her own heart.
Chapter 13. After the cannon smoke clears. The town of Oak Haven, Georgia, had 2 primary modes of existence: sticky, overwhelming humidity and the pervasive, heavy silence of a place whose greatest moments were centuries past. Amelia Amy Hayes, 33, embodied the future Oak Haven desperately needed. She was sharp, equipped with an urban planning degree from Emory, and possessed an energy that felt almost illegal in the town's somnolent atmosphere. As the youngest member of the town council, Amy had spent the last 2 years fighting to land the federal revitalization grant. That was a $100 million lifeline specifically designed for communities that could link historic preservation with economic sustainability. The grant application was due in 2 weeks, and the central dispute was not about finances or zoning, but about which history Oak Haven would choose to define itself. Oak Haven's claim to fame was the Battle of Oak Haven Creek, a single brutal day in 1864, where a Union advance was decisively halted, earning the site a spot on every Civil War battlefield map, but little else. The site itself, a beautiful but overgrown field known locally as the Quiet Field, set 3 miles outside of town. One faction, led by the deeply entrenched conservative Sheriff Brody, insisted on the cannon smoke approach. "We go big, Amy," Brody had argued repeatedly in council meetings, his face red from the heat and indignation. "Cannons, reenactments, gift shops selling Confederate flags and mini-balls. That's what tourists buy. We brand the Quiet Field as a site of Southern valor, draw the Civil War circuit crowd, and the grant pays for the infrastructure." The other faction, Amy's growing contingent of younger residents and old-timers tired of division, resisted this narrative. "That history is divisive, Sheriff, and incomplete," Amy countered, adjusting her glasses. "It's one day of fighting. The 100 years after the cannon smoke cleared, when Oak Haven struggled through Reconstruction, built black schools, established the Fishermen's Co-op, that's the real story of resilience. The grant reviewers look for unity and inclusive heritage, not historical conflict tourism." Amy wanted to build the Oak Haven Reconstruction Center on the edge of the Quiet Field, a museum and vocational school focusing on post-war skilled trades, using the field as a backdrop for reflection, not reenactment. She knew the Grant Review Committee would favor a project that addressed the full spectrum of American history. She felt the weight of Oak Haven's legacy pressing down on her. Her great-great-great-grandparents had been freedmen who stayed in Oak Haven after the war, building a life not from grandeur, but from sheer, stubborn survival and craft. She wanted to honor their choice, but Brody's vision was financially aggressive and, to some, historically convenient. The final week arrived, and the council vote was deadlocked. Amy needed a breakthrough, a piece of history so compelling, so unifying, that it would override the powerful draw of the cannon smoke spectacle. She was granted access to the musty, untouched attic of the old county courthouse, where documents too fragile for public display were stored. She wasn't looking for battle maps, she was looking for the debris of the years that followed. The air in the attic was thick and hot, smelling of dried ink and rodent droppings. Amy spent 2 days pulling down brittle, taped-up boxes, sifting through tax records, church ledgers, and fragmented surveyor notes from the 1870s. She found a breakthrough in a ledger labeled simply, "Land Allocations, 1872." It was a meticulous record of land deeds filed by the Freedmen's Bureau. Most of the entries were predictable, small plots purchased by former slaves and poor whites. But one entry, near the back, stopped her cold. It was a deed for the entire acreage of the Quiet Field, 400 acres, transferred from the estate of a wealthy plantation owner named Colonel Hiram Beaumont. The transfer wasn't a public auction or a confiscation, it was a donation. The deed stipulated that the land must be held in trust by the fledgling Oak Haven Township and never be developed or sold, and that the land must always be referred to as the Field of Reconciliation. The deed cited a meeting held a year after the war where Colonel Hiram Beaumont, having lost his son in the battle, met with the local Freedmen's Collective. Amy tracked down a sealed associated letter tucked into the back of the ledger. The letter, penned by Beaumont in 1866, was addressed to the first town council. "Gentlemen, I stood on that field and watched the carnage consume my son and my former way of life. When the cannon smoke cleared, I saw not a victory to be celebrated, but a shared trauma. The men who died there, North and South, fought for definitions they never truly understood. But the men and women who must now live and rebuild in the peace that follows, they are the true inheritors of this ground. The only thing of value I have left is the land itself. I donate it, not as a monument to conflict, but as a perpetual sanctuary from it. This field of reconciliation is a command for the future. Never forget the cost of the fight, but always build on the value of the peace. Amy realized the truth. The quiet field was not a battlefield. It was a covenant. The real legacy of Oakhaven was not the single day of conflict, but the conscious, painful, collective choice made by its inhabitants after the fight to designate the site for unity and healing. The covenant itself had been quietly honored for over a century, the field simply remaining undeveloped, its true name and purpose lost to convenient history. The final town council meeting was held in the sweltering community center. The room was packed. Sheriff Brody had brought in a crew of Civil War reenactors in full, authentic uniforms, standing stiffly in the back, silent endorsements of his vision. Brody presented his case first, focusing on the sheer revenue potential of battlefield tourism. It's a $700 million industry. We'd be fools to ignore it. The field of valor, dedicated to the men who stood their ground. We have the cannonballs, the historical maps, the drama. The grant is easy money if we leverage the brand the way history gave it to us. He concluded with a dramatic flourish. After the cannon smoke clears, you got to look at what's left, and what's left is a decisive victory. The room applauded politely, though many shifted uncomfortably under the gaze of the silent reenactors. Amy stood up, carrying the heavy ledger and the framed brittle letter. She didn't use her tablet or a modern projector. She used the documents themselves. "Sheriff Brody is right," she began, her voice calm and clear. "You have to look at what's left after the cannon smoke clears, but I disagree on what the smoke cleared to reveal."
She held up the framed antique letter. "This is a document written by Colonel Hiram Beaumont in 1866. It is a deed of gift for the quiet field. The value of this land is not $30 million in prime real estate. Its value is far higher." She paused, looking directly at the residents, many of whom were descendants of both the enslaved and the Confederate soldiers. "The field was not a gift of land," Amy said. "It was a gift of intent. Colonel Beaumont saw the end of the conflict not as a victory, but as a chance for Oakhaven to make a choice that defined its future. He explicitly renamed the land the Field of Reconciliation and mandated that it must never be a place of conflict, but a sanctuary for the future." She read Beaumont's words aloud, her voice ringing with the weight of the past. "This Field of Reconciliation is a command for the future. Never forget the cost of the fight, but always build on the value of the peace." A profound silence descended over the room, heavier and more potent than the summer humidity. Brody's face was a mask of disbelief. "This changes the entire narrative," Amy continued, placing the documents on the table. "Our legacy isn't defined by the one day the cannons fired. It's defined by the 100 years where this town, black and white, worked side by side to honor that original covenant. The true Oakhaven story isn't the battle, it's the reconstruction." She pivoted to the grant proposal. "The Federal Revitalization Grant is looking for communities that have found a unifying heritage to invest in. A Southern valor theme is divisive and has been done 1,000 times. A field of reconciliation centered on a reconstruction center that teaches skilled trades, heals divisions, and honors a 150-year-old covenant of unity. That is unique. That is sustainable. That is the true legacy of Oakhaven." She looked at the reenactors, still rigid in their wool uniforms. "The battle ended when the smoke cleared. Our job is to honor the choice that followed." Sheriff Brody was quick to challenge. "This is historical revisionism, a trick. That letter's been sealed away for a century. It's an inconvenient truth that messes up the money." "It is inconvenient, Sheriff," Amy agreed, "because the truth about Reconstruction is always inconvenient. It forces us to acknowledge collaboration where we prefer to see conflict. But it's not a trick. It's the foundation of this town." She pointed to the ledger. "It's right here in the original county record, the deed of trust. It was just forgotten." The vote was a landslide. The Field of Valor proposal was rejected. The town council unanimously approved the motion to proceed with the Field of Reconciliation Reconstruction Center proposal. Sheriff Brody, defeated but not entirely broken, stayed behind as the room cleared. He walked up to the table and stared down at the documents. "My great-great-grandfather fought right there in the quiet field," he muttered, running a thick finger over Beaumont's elegant script. "I always thought he fought for the dignity of the South. But maybe he fought for the right to rebuild it." "He fought for what he believed was right, Sheriff," Amy said softly. "But the men who returned, who decided to sit down with their former slaves and their former enemies and figure out how to farm that land together, they defined the future. They made the defining choice, not the soldiers." The RFG grant was secured 6 months later. The reviewers praised Oak Haven's courageous and inclusive redefinition of historical preservation. The $100 million flowed into the town not for gift shops and monuments of conflict, but for the construction of the new center, restoring the old courthouse and revitalizing the coastal economy with vocational programs in traditional boat building, sustainable fishing, and historical masonry. The quiet field was not plowed up for a parking lot or covered in fiberglass statues. It was carefully maintained as a natural park traversed by walking paths that led to quiet reflection benches. The field finally was true to its name, the Field of Reconciliation, perpetually standing as a command for peace. Amy Hayes, who had traded the drama of the cannon smoke for the arduous, quiet work of digging through history, achieved her legacy. It wasn't defined by the size of the grant she secured, but by the size of the story she chose to tell. A story of unity, resilience, and the power of the communal choice made after the conflict ended. She had proven that the most important truth is often found not in the sound of the fight, but in the silence that follows.
Chapter 14. A Quiet Justice in the New Order. The year was 1871, and the borderlands of eastern Tennessee were not yet a state of mind, but a state of flux. The Civil War had ended 6 years prior, but in the valley, known locally as the Divide, peace was an agreement scribbled on brittle paper, easily shredded by greed. The formal laws of the newly reconstructed county seat, 40 miles away, rarely reached this isolated territory. Here order was kept not by the badge or the judge's gavel, but by tradition, reputation, and the uncompromising honesty of the land itself. Silas Cy Vance was the custodian of that truth. Cy, 48, walked with the slow, deliberate pace of a man who measured his life in chains and rods, not minutes and dollars. He was a surveyor, a trade he learned charting the western trails before the war pulled him back east. He was respected, even revered, because in a time when documents were routinely forged and deeds were worthless, Cy could read the earth. He could find the original chestnut witness tree, the hidden cornerstone, and the subtle, centuries-old trench that marked a boundary. His word, backed by the integrity of his compass, was the only law that truly mattered in the Divide. Cy wasn't a magistrate, he was an arbiter. His justice was quiet, rooted in equity and the unwritten code of the hills. Honor the promise. The greatest promise ever made in the Divide was the freehold. During the last desperate year of the war, a collective of poor white farmers and formerly enslaved families pooled their meager resources to buy a massive tract of fertile, flat-bottom land, a collective deed registered just before the county seat burned down. It was a shared dream of self-sufficiency, a place where the old divisions could finally be put to rest through shared labor. They had survived war, famine, and Reconstruction's chaos, but they were now facing a far more corrosive enemy: the New Order. The New Order had a name: Senator Alastair Cromwell, a railroad industrialist from Philadelphia who had arrived with a team of lawyers, a private security detail, and a briefcase full of recently ratified official deeds. Cromwell represented the unchecked, ambitious capitalism surging into the South, eager to buy up cheap, title-confused land for timber, mining, and railway expansion. The conflict centered on the southern edge of the freehold, where the newly harvested fields of the collective met the untouched timber of the mountainside. Cromwell claimed the freehold extended only 100 feet from the river. The collective's memory, passed down from the original purchasers, insisted it ran deep into the timberline marked by the ancient triple-forked sentinel oak. The sentinel oak was gone. Cromwell's men had felled it 2 weeks ago, claiming it was deadfall obstructing their survey line. The first act of quiet injustice was swift and brutal. Cromwell's guards, led by a ruthless foreman named Kincaid, marched onto the property of the McIntyres, a mixed-race family who had harvested the timber there for 2 generations, and began tearing down their cabin. Kincaid presented a fresh, sealed county document stating that the McIntyre property now fell squarely on Cromwell's timber claim. The McIntyres, helpless against the armed men and the official seal, appealed to Cy Vance. "They say their line runs through the kitchen," Mrs. McIntyre wept, standing amidst the wreckage of her porch. "They say their paper is newer, so it's truer." Cy stood in the rubble, kicking at a surveyor's wooden stake driven deep into the ground. It was fresh-cut lumber, bright white against the dirt. The line it marked was crooked, ignoring the contours of the land and the established usage of the last 20 years. "The new law respects the new papers, Cy," Kincaid sneered, standing with 2 armed guards. "Cromwell paid top dollar for clean titles. Your old lines based on a tree are worth less than the sawdust they leave behind." Cy ignored Kincaid, kneeling to examine the stake. "This is not the line of the land, Kincaid. This is the line of convenience. It is not the truth. The truth is whatever the state stamps, Vance, and the state is hungry for progress." Cy knew the fight wasn't against Kincaid or the guards. It was against the belief that money could buy memory. The McIntyre's fate, and the fate of the entire freehold, rested on finding the original survey line, the line that preceded the official corruptible papers. Cy gathered his tools, a worn leather pouch containing his compass, a finely calibrated chain of iron links, and his most prized possession, a hand-drawn map Ronan O'Connell, an old Irish shipwright from the coast, had given him decades ago. A map detailing the forgotten ways of reading the earth. Ronan's map wasn't about lines, it was about anchors, natural, unmoving points of reference used by ancient mapmakers. Cy spent 2 days walking the disputed timberline. The sentinel oak was gone, but Cy knew the original surveyor wouldn't rely on a single massive tree. He would have used a triangulation of smaller, more durable anchors. He was looking for the debris of the old markers. The original boundary of the freehold was drawn in 1865, just after the Union advance had leveled much of the region. The surveyor, a man known only as Old Man Finch, was meticulous, knowing the fragility of the piece he was charting. Finch wouldn't use wood that could rot or be cut. He would use stone and water. Cy tracked the fraudulent line Kincaid had marked, walking perpendicular to it, looking for deviations in the landscape. He noticed that Cromwell's line sliced cleanly through a small dry creek bed, which seemed wrong. Old surveys always respected water rights. Following the old creek bed upstream, Cy found his first anchor. Buried beneath a layer of silt and moss,
At the exact confluence where the dry creek met the main tributary was a large flat slab of granite. It wasn't natural to the area. It was Finch's cornerstone. Cy cleaned the rock and found the faint, unmistakable mark of a surveyor's chisel, a single carved F and the date 1865. The true boundary did not run straight from the river to the mountain. It angled sharply following the natural curve of the tributary, protecting the precious timbered slope where the collective drew its firewood and game. Using the compass and his chain, Cy began extending the true line. Every 100 feet he searched for a secondary marker, a witness stone. The New Order's survey had dismissed these subtle embedded rocks as random field stones. Cy knew better. Each one was angled perfectly towards the next, forming an almost invisible path. He worked in solitude. His only audience was the forest itself. He knew he was reconstructing not just a boundary, but the original intent of the freehold's deed, the promise that had bought peace after the cannon smoke cleared. Cromwell arrived in the Divide on a Sunday. He rode in a custom carriage, accompanied by a small company of Pinkerton agents, and set up a temporary headquarters in the town's only respectable inn. He had called a public meeting for Monday morning, intending to intimidate the collective into signing a quit-claim deed that relinquished the disputed timberlands for a pittance. The meeting was held on the small square outside the ruined county courthouse. Cromwell, immaculate in a black wool suit, stood on a makeshift stage. Kincaid and his guards were visible, positioned to ensure respectful silence.
"I am here to bring progress," Cromwell boomed, his voice resonating with authority. "I bring jobs. I bring the railroad. But I must have certainty. Your old deeds are ambiguous. They are based on a dead tree and the memory of old men. My surveys, filed by the new state authorities, are precise. They are the law of the new order." He held up a thick, notarized document. "This confirms my title to all land south of the river, save for the narrow strip where you farm. Sign the quitclaim, and I will pay a generous severance. Refuse, and you face eviction and a costly legal battle that will leave you with nothing." A wave of fear passed through the crowd of farmers, freedmen, and their families. Their resistance was based on memory and tradition. Cromwell held the weight of the state. Then Cy Vance walked through the crowd. He was carrying his compass, his chain, and a canvas sack containing the 2 witness stones and the main cornerstone. He moved toward the stage, his gaze locked on Kincaid's fresh stakes. "Mr. Cromwell," Cy said, his voice quiet but carrying the force of undeniable conviction. "Before we discuss your papers, we must discuss the geometry of your truth." Cromwell smiled patronizingly. "Ah, the local legend, the man who talks to the trees. I deal in legal boundaries, Mr. Vance, not folklore." "A legal boundary is worthless if it ignores the truth of the land it is meant to define," Cy countered. He walked over to Kincaid's nearest stake, the one driven into the McIntyre's ruined porch. He pulled it up easily, tossing it aside. "Your survey, Mr. Cromwell, begins at a point of convenience, not a point of truth. It is a line designed to cut, not to connect." He pulled the large cornerstone from his sack and set it firmly on the ground, kicking the dirt around it until it was fixed. "This is the original cornerstone, set in 1865 by Old Man Finch. The only time this stone has moved is when it was covered by the flood of '68. Its position is verifiable against every ridge, river bend, and celestial marker known to the old way of surveying. It is the beginning of the freehold."
He then laid his iron chain out on the ground, linking it carefully to the stone. He pulled the chain tight, aligning his compass with a distant, unmoving ridgeline. He didn't use the fraudulent state map. He used the natural geometry of the valley. The line does not run straight, cutting through the McIntyre home. It runs here. He walked the chain across the square, stopping where the line, extended properly from the stone, intersected a cluster of bushes. He pointed to a small, moss-covered lump. "Kincaid, dig here." Kincaid hesitated, looking at Cromwell. Cromwell, curious and supremely confident in his paper trail, nodded curtly. Kincaid dug reluctantly. Within minutes, his shovel struck metal. He pulled out a rusted, heavy iron stake, an original marker set by Finch, now almost unrecognizable but perfectly aligned with Cy's compass reading. "This is the first witness stake," Cy announced, pulling the second, smaller witness stone from his sack and placing it next to the iron stake. "The line runs from the cornerstone to this witness stake and then follows the curve of the old tributary toward the mountainside, protecting the community's timber." Cromwell stepped down, his smile vanishing. "Even if this is an original marker, Mr. Vance, it is superseded by the new official survey. The law favors the most recent clean title." "The law favors the truth, Senator," Cy said, looking up at him. "And the truth is hidden not in the paperwork, but in the land itself. Your survey is fraudulent because it ignores this cornerstone. It assumes that the sentinel oak was cut down, the boundary was erased." He held up the third remaining witness stone. It was smaller, shaped like a wedge. When the sentinel oak was felled, its stump was supposed to mark the end of the line. But I found something else. I found the McIntyre family. Cy motioned to Mrs. McIntyre, who stepped forward, trembling slightly. "Colonel Beaumont, the original owner of the freehold, met with the collective in '65 and gave them the land. He told them that if the paperwork ever failed, the land itself would remember. Old Man Finch, the surveyor, was a man of honor. He knew the oak could be cut." Cy walked back towards the edge of the square, to a large flat slab of paving stone used for the base of the old market fountain, the only structure to survive the war intact. He knelt by the stone. The oak's root system was massive. Finch set this witness stone into the very center of the largest root, driving this wedge so deep that the tree grew around it. The trunk grew up, using the stone as an anchor. He ran his hand over the pavement stone. When the tree was cut, the root and the stone were covered by the paving of this square, but the geometry still holds. Cy used the thin, flat edge of the third witness stone to scrape away the mortar between the paving stones. He worked for a moment, revealing a faint, almost invisible mark, a small V carved deep into the market stone. "This is the final marker, the vertex of the true line. The original deed does not end at the oak. It ends here, at this central town marker. The purpose of the freehold was not just to divide land, but to anchor the new community to the town center. The McIntyre's cabin was built not on your land, Senator. It was built right next to the boundary, precisely where the original honorable line runs." The crowd murmured, suddenly seeing the hidden map beneath their feet. Cromwell was furious, but his lawyer, a cautious man, whispered urgently in his ear. To claim the land now would require disproving the established marker and the documented lineage of the surveyor, Finch, whose integrity was legendary. It would turn a clean business transaction into a decades-long public fight over historical integrity. Cy had forced the new order to confront the true, inconvenient geometry of the past.
He hadn't fought with violence or legal maneuvering. He had simply presented the uncorrupted truth of the earth. Cromwell, defeated by the immovable facts of the landscape, turned and addressed the crowd, his voice strained. "The matter of the McIntyre property is withdrawn. We will respect the previous survey lines for the time being." He then gave Cy a cold, cutting look. "You have won this skirmish, Vance, but the age of the surveyor's chain is over. The age of industry is here, and it will eventually pave over all your cherished stones." Cy watched as Cromwell and his guards retreated. He picked up his tools, his compass gleaming in the morning sun. "No, Senator," Cy thought, looking out over the faces of the collective who now understood their land was secured not by paper, but by a shared memory. "The age of justice is here, and sometimes the quietest truth is the sharpest tool." Cy Vance returned to his role not as a hero, but as the steady hand that kept the moral map of the divide true. It was a quiet justice in the new order, a justice built not on the sound of the cannon smoke clearing, but on the certainty of the stones that remained.
Chapter 15, The Unwritten Page of Tomorrow. The city of Metropolis, Missouri felt like a living monument to accelerated modernity. Its downtown core was a sharp, aggressive landscape of glass and steel, built on the dogma of upward mobility and the constant, buzzing demand for the next quarterly earning report. The speed of life here was so fast, history was often forgotten before the paint on the bronze plaques had time to fade. Dr. Evelyn Vance, 36, was one of the few who still walked slowly. As the chief archivist at the Metropolis Public Library, Evelyn was a custodian of the city's memory, a task that often felt like sweeping back a tsunami with a single antique broom. Her office, tucked away in the library's deep, cool basement, was a sanctuary of acid-free boxes and the comforting scent of aged paper. Evelyn was a direct descendant of Silas Vance, the surveyor from the eastern Tennessee hills, and she carried her great-great-grandfather's legacy, a belief that truth was anchored not in fleeting documents, but in the uncorrupted geometry of things. Her modern-day conflict centered on a tiny 2-acre patch of land known simply as Founders Square. It was the oldest, most ignored green space in downtown Metropolis, a seemingly unremarkable triangle of grass, mature oak trees, and a crumbling mid-century fountain. For 150 years, the square had stood stubbornly undeveloped, a low-value anomaly surrounded by soaring real estate. Now, the anomaly was facing extinction. The new power in Metropolis was the Synapse Group, a multinational tech firm run by its charismatic founder, Marcus Sterling. Sterling promised the Apex Tower, a 90-story architectural marvel that would house Synapse's global headquarters, cementing Metropolis as the Silicon Valley of the Midwest. The Apex Tower required a contiguous 9-acre plot, and Founders Square, conveniently situated at the center of the proposed site, was the final, indispensable piece. The City Council, dazzled by Sterling's promises of 5,000 high-paying jobs and millions in tax revenue, was ready to fast-track the eminent domain process. "It's a win-win, Dr. Vance," Mayor Holloway had told her over a tense coffee meeting. "It's a dusty patch of grass. We can build a better park 5 miles out. This isn't a battleground, it's prime real estate. We sacrifice the past for the future." "But that square isn't just real estate, Mayor," Evelyn countered, tracing a line on the original plat map she had brought. "It's the anchor of the original civic charter. It's explicitly excluded from development." "Vague wording, Evelyn. The 1870 charter just says it's reserved for future civic endeavors. That's broad. We consider the Apex Tower a civic endeavor." Evelyn knew the fight wasn't about the legal definition of a park. It was about the integrity of the original civic promise, the geometry of intent. Evelyn began her research in the cold digital domain of the city planning archives. She pulled the 1870 City Charter, the founding document of Metropolis. The document was a dense 300-page volume that meticulously allocated every street, alley, and block of the new city. Block 40, Founders Square, was unique,
While every other block was assigned a specific utilitarian purpose, Market Street, Church Alley, Residential Block 12, Block 40 was labeled only the unwritten page. The accompanying text was brief and cryptic. Block 40 shall remain perpetually free of permanent structure, its purpose left unwritten that the citizens of the future may determine their own defining act of unity and self-governance upon this ground. This was not a mistake. It was a deliberate act of humility by the founders. They left one symbolic piece of the city blank, a trust fund of civic possibility. Evelyn tried to argue this to the city council. Marcus Sterling and his slick legal team countered with aggressive digital evidence. The term unwritten page is antiquated, Sterling argued during the public hearing, his image projected onto a massive screen. It's metaphor, easily superseded by the economic realities of 2024. Furthermore, our digitized 1870 charter, certified by the state, contains a later addendum from 1895 that redesignates Block 40 as temporary public green space, allowing for future reassignment. Sterling's digital copy was clean, professional, and convincing. Evelyn knew the digitization process was flawed, often prioritizing clarity over accuracy, but she couldn't prove a forgery without the physical original. The physical charter, the true master copy, was rumored to have been destroyed in the 1952 courthouse fire. Evelyn spent a frustrating week hitting digital dead ends. Every database, every scanned image pointed to Sterling's 1895 temporary public green space addendum. The digital age had successfully overwritten the fragile analog memory of the city. She decided to employ her great-great-grandfather's method, ignoring the paper and consulting the anchors. She needed to know if the geometric placement of Founders Square supported its special designation. Why a triangle? Why that exact spot? The answer lay not in the city archives, but in the personal effects of the original city planner, a German immigrant named Karl Zimmermann, whose collection had been donated to the library in the 1960s. Evelyn went back to her basement sanctuary and located Zimmermann's large, leather-bound field book. It was Cy Vance's territory. Detailed hand-drawn maps, astronomical tables, and cryptic notes in a faded, precise cursive. Zimmermann's field book contained the original, foundational survey map for Metropolis. It was drawn on thick linen paper, resistant to the floods and fires that had claimed the official documents. On page 112, Evelyn found the key. It was a precise, hand-inked drawing of Block 40. It was clearly marked the unwritten page, and beneath the label, Zimmermann had penned a long, explanatory note in German. Evelyn painstakingly translated the passage, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. I have set this block aside, not randomly, but as a deliberate terminus. I have triangulated its three cornerstones to the highest peak of the three founding churches, St. Michael's, the First Baptist, and the Temple BNI Shalom. The geometry ensures that the square sits at the exact civic center, the heart of the city's faith and aspirations. To remove this block is to break the symbolic anchor of the entire grid. It is the civic North Star, always pointing to the future, always available for the common good. This was the proof of intent. The square was not accidental. It was the deliberate, geometrically anchored nexus of the community's moral and spiritual life.
But Zimmermann's most crucial detail was in a tiny, almost invisible footnote on the very bottom of the page. I feared the charter would be lost or corrupted by haste. The true physical master copy of the charter, which bears the seal of the original signatory and no spurious amendments, is secured in a location only known to those who understand the true geometry. It rests not on the surface, but in the shadow of the unwritten page. Evelyn realized the 1895 digital amendment was a fraud. A later city council, hungry for land, had digitally inserted the temporary clause after the physical master document was moved. In the shadow of the unwritten page, the phrase resonated with the old surveyan wisdom of anchor points. Cy Vance always found the truth not in the ledger, but in the earth itself. Evelyn rushed to Founders Square. It was dusk.
The tall, modern buildings were casting long, distorted shadows onto the small park. At the center of the square stood the broken mid-century fountain. She remembered Zimmerman's note. The square was triangulated to the 3 highest church steeples. The shadow she needed wouldn't be random. It would be cast by the sun at the specific moment of the city's founding ceremony, high noon on the longest day of the year, June 21, 1870. She didn't have a time machine. She had a smartphone. Using a celestial mapping app, Evelyn located the exact position of the sun on June 21, 1870 at 12 p.m. local time over Metropolis. She calculated the resulting angle of the shadow cast by the most prominent remaining civic marker from that era, the base of the broken fountain. The original fountain base was a low, square granite block. At the calculated time, the shadow of the southwest corner of the block would have fallen on a precise point just 3 feet to the north. Evelyn returned to the square the next morning with a small ground-penetrating radar unit borrowed from the library's geology section. She marked the spot predicted by the historical shadow calculation. The radar screen showed a clear anomaly beneath the grass, a square void, 5 feet deep, beneath a layer of concrete poured in the 1940s. The discovery was too important for stealth. Evelyn called the city council chairman, demanding an immediate excavation permit based on archival evidence. The mayor, fearful of a public scandal that would jeopardize the Synapse deal, reluctantly granted a temporary emergency permit. 2 hours later, a small construction crew was digging a neat square hole in Founders Square. Marcus Sterling and his legal team arrived, observing the excavation with barely concealed hostility. "This is ridiculous, Dr. Vance," Sterling snapped, watching the excavator bucket lift soil, "wasting city resources on a librarian's treasure hunt." Evelyn stood her ground, watching the work. 5 feet down, the bucket scraped against stone. The crew cleared the dirt, revealing a perfectly preserved granite box sealed with pitch and tar. The seal was broken. Inside, resting on a bed of dry sand, was a thick leather-bound volume, the Metropolis City Charter, master copy, 1870. Evelyn opened it on the spot. It was brittle, yellowed, and unmistakable. She flipped to block 40. The original hand-inked script read clearly, the unwritten page. There were no subsequent amendments, no temporary public green space clauses. The master copy was clean. The digital file Sterling relied on was a forgery. Evelyn, holding the heavy book, turned to the crowd of onlookers and journalists who had gathered. Senator Cromwell, the railroad industrialist in my great-great-grandfather's time, tried to claim land based on a convenient, newer piece of paper. Today, Mr. Sterling attempted to claim this land based on a convenient, fraudulent digital file. The truth of Metropolis, like the truth of the hills, does not live in the newest document, but in the deepest anchor. She held up the charter. This is the uncorrupted promise. The founders deliberately left this spot unwritten so that future generations could, by their actions, define the city's highest purpose. The civic endeavor they envisioned was not the most profitable sail or the tallest tower. It was the enduring capacity of the citizens to choose collective unity over commercial greed. Sterling and his team retreated immediately, the economic certainty of their deal shattered by an unearthed piece of paper. The city council, facing massive public backlash and the threat of a lawsuit based on the fraudulent deed, swiftly revoked the eminent domain process. The Atux Tower project collapsed. Founders Square was saved. Evelyn Vance, having secured a quiet justice rooted in geometry and integrity, returned the master charter to the library archives. The next year, the city held a massive public event in Founders Square.